Hello. Okay. Hello. One, one, two, three, four. One. Hello. Every one, two, three, four. Hello. Hello. How about that? Can you hear me? Hello, T in other areas. Hello. All right. So I just needed to set my input. I don't know why it's not capturing my input, but yeah. So thank you so much for all those viewing. I'll remove my headphones because it's annoying me and the echo is annoying me. But yeah, so there was a bit of technical difficulty as you can see, but I'm so glad that you are able to push through with this event. Hello guys, hello to everyone there. I hope you're all staying home safe and that you're all in order. Tell everyone as much as possible not to go out. And we thought of pushing this event through. We initially planned to be at Ayala Central Dock, um, but of course, because of the situation right now, um, it has escalated to this community crowd quarantine that um, is very difficult for all of us. Um, but nevertheless, I hope all of you while staying at home are being productive. This is one of the efforts we're trying to do to help you find something to do because it's a great opportunity to learn. It's a great opportunity to develop new skills. And we have a lot of speakers today. These are pre-recorded just because, just in case that, um, just because in case of emergencies like this, I mean technical difficulties. However, um, we will be having a Q&A at the end of the day with all speakers in a call, and we are gonna pick any question relevant that you have for them. We also have a contest, a raffle. So stay tuned later for the announcements. There's going to be a social media contest. There's going to be a raffle that will be going on for the rest of the week after this live stream. So I hope you all have sorry. I hope you all have a wonderful time. I hope you all learn from this live stream, and I hope as well the tech gods there will bless us with a good stream. I'm just checking. Um, we should wait a bit since I have to fix something here. So the rest of GDT and the WTM team are in our open houses. The live stream was supposed to be conducted in a better environment, meaning in an office space. But because of the lockdown, I mean, I don't think it's a lockdown, the community quarantine, just to be politically correct, um, we just decided to stay in our own homes because we are we feel the responsibility as citizens of Cebu to do our part and try not to spread the virus to other people or to get infected and spread it to our family, just to be safe. Um, so I hope you also interact in the live stream. You can um, chat with other viewers while the live stream is going. So if you came early, you saw the different speaker profiles of the topic. So there's going to be about um, gender equality. There's going to be something about design. There are technical topics like Firebase and Flutter with API. And then we will also have a speaker talk this 2 p.m. Um, one of our very good sponsors and also a women ally. As it's like an open event, anyone can join this webinar. That's why we made it public. And yeah, I hope you guys really learned something from this. There's a push with the schedule. I'll try to stay on schedule, but we're also trying to fix technical difficulties as we speak. So I will show you the intro for. I forgot the intro. Oh, so another announcement. If you can see here, we have. All right, so that's link. So we about the raffle. We sorry guys. So for the raffle, our generous sponsors have provided us one Redmi Note 8, a couple of Digital Ocean t-shirts, and a handful of stickers from Digital Ocean as well. There's also official WTM Cebu shirts and stickers, as well as um, a subscription to JetBrains. So you can see the link in our social media, and I think the live stream post as well, description. You can try visiting that so that you have a chance to win one of one of these prizes. So to the entry right now, there's different ways to join. So it's like more chances of winning. So it's either you like a page or share a post. There's just instructions there, and there. Oops. So yeah, I hope you join. I see the numbers rising now. So there are 9 entries currently. Okay, so our keynote speaker is having technical difficulties. So let me transfer to this. We'll be right back in a Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. Okay, Francis. Hello. Hello. So we are still having some technical difficulties. Hello. Francis, I think you can start with your presentation. Uh, Francis. Francis, you can present your slide now. This is our first time actually to do a summit. So this actually was supposed to be a live summit. So this was supposed to be held at the Alistair's Cebu Center Block. But because of the ongoing pandemic of COVID-19, we decided to cancel the event, the live event, and to do a summit because we really still wanted to celebrate women empowerment in tech, especially, but we want to also be safe as well. So, without further ado, let's proceed to Women Tech Makers in 2020. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. I know we're a little delayed behind schedule and we had technical difficulties, but nevertheless, thank you so much for joining us today. And my task for this afternoon is to actually talk to you about the theme of Tech Makers 2020, which is Together We Rise. But before that, let's have a quick riddle. If you know this house, please comment down below if you know this. You might say that this is a regular house, this is a white, whiteboard house, and a light. But for major OP fans, this is the tech giants foundation. This is where it all started. If you don't know this house, you probably know these two people, the renters of that garage, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. So they are the founders of Google, and they started Google from the ground in that garage. But we won't be talking about them. We will be talking about the owners of the house, which is this woman. If anyone knows this woman, actually comment down below. But if you don't know, I will tell you her story in a bit. So, fun fact, I was actually searching for fun facts for this live and came up with this story. And it was very interesting. I decided to add this because I believe it is very significant in the keynote. And you know this person, she is actually the CEO too. So just imagine that the CEO too was the last lady of the founders of Google. So Susan Wojcicki was actually the 60th employee of Google. And then in 2014, after 16 years in joining the company, she was declared or she rose and become the CEO of YouTube. Now, other facts about her, she didn't actually have a computer background. She was a marketing student. And then when she had a computer course, when she joined Google, she was its first marketing manager and she
she ended up with very small budget. But imagine how Google came to be as it is now. And then she joined Google when she was 4 months pregnant, and she was her first employee to actually take a maternity leave. And funny, another coincidence is in her first year as CEO of YouTube, she also what she also took a maternity leave in her fifth child. So the reason why I'm sharing this is because, especially in the Philippines, we're very lucky, privileged that we have mandated rules that promotes, motherhood and supports maternity leaves. But in other countries, this might not be supported, or mothers might have harder time juggling their occupations and the things to do. But this woman actually proved that she can do the best of both worlds. She can take care of her family and become a great leader. And this is why we're here today. We're here to empower ourselves and celebrate all the wonderful women in technology. Other facts about Simajek is she came up with a strategic idea in putting ads to websites. Because before, Google was putting ads in web search only. And then she decided, okay, why not put it on websites? And that was now Google AdSense. And as of last year, Wojcicki is sitting as the seventh most powerful women in Forbes list with an estimated net worth of $500 million. I really am, impressed of how she accomplished. And her role in Google, she also oversaw the release of major products such as YouTube Music, YouTube Gaming, YouTube Premium, and YouTube TV. And before, there was Google videos was a little less popular than YouTube. She uploaded the first video at Google Videos. It was a mock video, and her kid liked it. And there was a potential that a video streaming site was, very effective for people. And there's YouTube, which was very popular, more than Google Videos. So she looked at it, and one video that really caught her attention was two boys, or two lads singing or lip syncing Backstreet Boys, and it was a hit. And then she decided, okay, we need to, get YouTube. So she compiled data say we need to acquire YouTube. So soon again, we see that YouTube is now Google. And with Susan's Mujecki's reign as CEO, she has grown the number of users to a whopping 1.8 billion monthly users. That's like really close to the world social media network, which is Facebook. So I've been talking about these achievements that she has, where she came from, like how she started. But one of the most important things that I really like about her is her advocacy. So this year's theme for International Women's Day is each for equal. And she has been fighting for equality ever since to close the gender gap in the tech industry. In a recent study, only 5% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women. Imagine that, only 5%. And in her interview with Forbes in 2018, she mentioned that tech is an incredible force that will change our world in ways we can't anticipate. If the force only holds 20 to 30% of women, then that's really a big problem. Passing here for dramatic effect. But my main point is we really need more women in STEM. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We need more people in this industry. We need more leaders. We need more women in tech in general. And that is the mission of Women Tech Leaders, to create a community or a platform to see visibility. There are more awesome women in tech, a platform for them to celebrate their talents and give spotlight to women models to inspire this community. So we are not paid here. We are not paid to do this. This is from the love of our hearts for the community. Really believe that we can inspire each other, motivate each other to find their passions. And that is how we started working with the community. And with women tech makers, you can go to womentechmakers.com. There are a lot of resources to help with your skill set, regardless of what industry you're in. Either you're a developer, you're a tester, or you're looking for other soft skills, such as, sorry about that, public speaking, and then practicing self promotion. So providing resources to women makers. The theme for this year is Together We Rise, hashtag She Heals. And I've been talking for a couple of minutes now to introduce myself. Hi, my name is Francis Chavez. I am a software engineer, and I'm spending 5 years in the industry this May. Woo! It is also my fifth year and living alone in a city. And basically, I transferred to a new city to find my career in tech. So there's a lot of backstory and the risk and takes and everything. I know I'm not alone in finding the right career for you. And aside from my work as a software engineer, I am a community builder. So I've been involved in a lot of communities here in Bacolod and in Cebu. I was the community manager of the developers group, and I am one of the ambassadors for Women Tech Makers Ambassador Program. And last year, I started my own podcast, just plugging it in, Check It or Leave It. This show actually focuses on helping us find our true passion in tech, because tech is easy to get lost, and sometimes we get overwhelmed. And it's nice to see that some people actually read it. So that's the mission of Check It or Leave It. You can check out anchor.fm/check it or leave it to check out more. And of course, aside from that, I'm a freelance host. Other hobbies, of course, and a big TV series junkie. So if you're not really interested in talking about tech and you have a favorite TV series, you can comment down below. I will check it out. The age of Netflix and with everything, we're in quarantine. We can actually check out new hobbies, or we can check out the other things that we want to do, but we haven't had time to do it. Yes. So hi, and nice to meet you. If you have questions, feel free to comment it down. I will try my best to answer that. We also have a Q&A portion by the end of the summit. So let's have a superpower. Let's do this interactive, because basically I'm here in my house and then I'm talking to no one, so I don't want to sound crazy. So comment down game. So another really focuses on personal abilities that makes us unique, that makes us function as a good person in tech. So everything or everyone has something special that makes us powerful. So here's what you need to do. Choose a special skill that you have, and then build a cool name. So on took 5 minutes to build this steps, because it was so hard to find. And I decided to just be the basic first letter of your first name. And ask me to say it proud. So let me start. My special skill, I believe, is I am very good multitasker for my first name. Hopefully, I'm still very good at it. And my name is Francis, so letter F. And the first adjective that came to my mind is fantastic, like Fantastic Four. So if I put it all together, hi, I'm Fantastic Francis, the great multitasker in the field of tech. Yes, it might sound easy, it might sound awkward, it probably might sound cringy at some point. But the reason why I'm doing this, or this is done, is because we need to acknowledge our small achievements. We need to acknowledge our small wins. We need to acknowledge, the fact that times when you are alone, like no one can help you anymore but yourself. It's time to acknowledge that you have some skills that can help you become a better person, become, professional. And that is something that you need to own. You need to acknowledge that you are indeed superhero. Okay, now we're talking about superheroes. I really want to take this time to gratitude to our modern day heroes and support them. Uh, the, the whole world is suffering from a pandemic called COVID-19, and it has greatly affected lives, jobs, families, communities, countries. there's still an increasing spread of the virus, and it's can really feel that it's hard because we're in quarantine or we're encouraged to stay at home, and other people will say they're bored at home. But there are some people who are fighting to help us stop this virus, to help us to to bring us back home. Sorry about that. And I'm talking about our modern day heroes, our frontliners. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank, support everyone who is helping save the world and eradicating this virus. Economic frontliners, those people who are not privileged to work at home. Thank you so much for continuing to help us, to have a regular life, even if we're in a state of calamity. So thank you so much. And of course, the very decent thing to do now, human being, is to follow the rules. Please stay home, uh, flatten the curve if you can. And since we are I'm talking here from the tech side point of view, we are in an industry that allows us to work in a computer, work remotely. We are capable of doing that. Bank can't do that. Grocery people can't do that. Us tech people can. So this is a shout out to all businesses or industries that is capable to allow people to work at home. Please help us flatten the curve. Uh, please promote awareness to all your employees, and please support the front. You can need, you can help, or just keep yourself. Yun lang. Everyone who is doing their part to save the world, thank you so much. Now go back to our keynote. This one. So I'm looking for fun facts, and I discovered the N Act. So if you actually listen to your history project or your IT fundamentals, you probably have came across with this name, the electrical numerical integrator and computer, the ENIAC. So it was the first supercomputer, but I didn't know that this was actually coded by 6 awesome women programmers. Our is together we rise. And if 6 women them work together, they can actually create the first supercomputer. And I was super like continued reading. And then I realized that, the research shown they were not given credit after their project was done. They were not, credited as one who developed this. They were refrigerator models at some point. And it saddened me because that shouldn't be. Like, credit should be given when credit is due. So that like the past. What is now situation? So I this of women in STEM years. We can see how science, physical science, computer science, engineering. If you look at it, there is an increase in all sciences, engineering, computer science. Engineering was sparked very, it was 12%. And over the course of 20 years, it only increased 4%. I don't like to call it bad because at least it is fully, but it's us in tech. Look at our statistic. You're the only one that increased for 20 years. And the alarming thing about this number is that it continuously increasing. Let's say that, okay, so what? We already know that tech demand, well, it's not really visible here in the Philippines. Yes, very true. In the Philippines, we are ranked as the top, I think, we're below the top 20 that has equal gender, we're in the top 20. And that's a good rank compared to others. But in the previous year, we belonged in the top 10. Now we're in the top 20. which means we decline. That is also a problem because we need to stabilize, we need to continuously promote that we are equal. We are driving change. We are trying to have gender equality. So this is a problem. I'll let you know why. This gender gap means that our business industry is not doing well as others. Because adding diversity and inclusion can help you reach new markets and perspectives for your business to grow. If you're adding, if you're promoting gender diversity and inclusion, you can see new things, you can solve new problems, you can find new solutions with their contribution. What do we do for this? We need to support women to get into tech. So only 3% of female students would consider a career in technology as a first choice. And actually, I belong to the 97% that didn't consider tech as a first choice. I was told that being an IT professional would be a practical thing for me to do, which is actually true. And I'm so happy that I actually decided to go and go with it. But in other countries, engineering graduates that are actually practicing. A small number who are getting into, and there's only a small number who are practicing. That's very sad. Now, what do we do? Women stay tech as well. It is mentioned that the decline over the years. Now we're down to 25% or 26%. And the turnover rate is even twice higher for women in tech. And sad about this is that 56% women in tech leave tech mid-career. So you don't spend that much time on a field or industry that you don't have interest with. It's because we have certain factors that could have been fixed or could have been avoided. And it's a case-to-case basis. I know not everyone has the same story, but according to statistics, these are the primary reasons why men are underrepresented. There are lack of mentors. So there's an importance of mentors. In order to rise up with your career, you need to find a right mentor, and you don't find it just by looking at Facebook or just moping around, not reaching out. So if you're looking to progress in tech, you need to find a good mentor. Next, lack of female role models in this. Next, gender bias. So I'm also involved with I Am Remarkable program, and there's um, one of the main reasons why we don't self-promote because we have conscious and unconscious bias. I read a very interesting research in GitHub that they actually surveyed who can code better. I know for men who will be listening to this or seeing this would, definitely say that, are you sure? Yes, you can search that. It's actually true. It was proven in a GitHub survey that women code better than men. That's already a good plus for us, right? Sadly, no, because that result only came out when they hidden their own genders. So they say the person who coded that was a male or female, but it turned out that women can code better than men. We need to remove that bias in the workplace. Next, there's a lack of opportunities and the lack of unequal pay. I won't go deep on gender parity because we have another speaker who will talk more about this. But these are the problems. The reason why I'm doing this because I want you to know that this is a problem. And we might not experience it, you might not really see it, but need to be informed that this is a problem. And if you are not experiencing this, then you're very blessed. You're very lucky because, again, tech is a man's world in the process of getting more people or getting more women into tech. Now, let's see how can we rise up first before we can help others. So I actually compiled some awesome quotes from awesome. Uh, I know they're not the common superheroes. You have Marvel, you have Storm, and the like. But I really like their quotes, and this one basically tells you what the other right theme is all about. You are stronger than you believe, and you have greater powers than you know. So, in order to rise up in your career, you need to own these three factors. Number one, responsibility. Number number one, heart. So, with responsibility, we have a role to play. It's not that you know what you're gonna do; it's how you're gonna do it. You need to own up to the responsibility of becoming a developer. If you're planning to become one, it's not enough like saying, okay, I want to be one. You need to put that into action. Skills. What skills do you have? These are the four skills we always have when we're in our careers. Number one, require skills in the job well. This is we need to have in order to be in that. Number two is the skills that can help that you have that can help you judge. So that aren't necessarily listed down, but is very helpful when you're in the job, like interpersonal skills, communication skills, those unique facts, ability to multitask. Those are the skills that you need in order to progress. Number three is skills that you don't have for the job. So another remarkable research, women are more likely to apply for the job because that they are capable of completing the job because they fit the requirements. And that's true. I also feel that. So I would apply for anything if I don't know or I'm not sure I'm 100% into that. But there's a thing called and a learning curve. You need to be open with the person to learn. So if you're in another job or you're in a job and you want to be in this being competitive in the world of tech is a necessity. It's no longer like a thing called, okay, he's better than me, so he studies. No, everyone needs to learn and to upgrade their skills because the world is developing. You will be left out. And last, skills that you don't know that you have, but actually works for you. So this is actually the skills. Take note that I'm using skills, not talent, because talent is inborn. Like if you have a talent to sing, probably you can sing most of your life. But a skill to actually code, a skill to draw, yeah, you can say that being an artist is, an inborn talent, but a skill can be practiced over time and become better. And we have skills that we don't discover yet, but can actually lead to your passion. So you need self-awareness. Skill can be improve over time. You just need to know what skill you want, when you need it, and how you're gonna practice it. And last step is the heart. So these are the things that it's included in step. So when you talk about the heart, you would say well, the pumps blood in the body, but it basically tells you about the attitude, how basically work aside from your skills. It's your personality, your attitude, how you treat other people, how you take in your job. The first thing is find your passion. You can't rise up in your career if you don't know where you're going or what you wanted to do in your life. Like probably most Probably people would say that in your 10 years of experience, they have, worked well, they function well. That is okay. That is definitely okay. But are you happy? Do you consider your job a job or is a passion? Really in the right position to tell you how, because I am still in the process of unlocking my potential to find that passion. But I always believe that finding passion is equal to happiness. And the first step is to realize that you're going to the right path is to actually understand that you need to find. Because again, tech is a big place. And if you're not really functioning according to, to yourself, to what you're supposed to be functioning at, you wouldn't progress in the manner you should. Number two is being honest with your work, good work ethics. I don't mention a lot in motivation or other inspirational talks because this is a given. Like if you come to work early or if you pass your projects in a time manner, it is good. But taking another step to following rules, certain processes is important. That's what good work ethics is, especially now that we're working from home. Um, a lot of temptations. Like we can sleep, we can front load, we can there's a lot of factors going on. And we need to maintain our work ethics in order for us to say that, we rise up into the challenge. We are still performing well as established, as expected of us. And just want to put this out. If you're looking for a job or if you're looking for a career in tech, um, and if you're feeling, outspoken, as a very outspoken individual, I have a tendency also to post online. And yes, yun lang. If you're looking for a job, make sure to check your social media posts. That's the best tip I can give you. Check out posts because it is a full blade, can make or break you, especially if you're posting something bad. I don't want to say that it's avoiding or denying freedom of speech. It's not. It's just that there's a proper time, proper place for everything, especially if you're posting about proper work ethics. Yes. Next, now we know already skills or passion, how to function, okay, the attitude towards work. Now we go into harnessing ourselves skills, which is accepting our flaws and mistakes, as well as learning from them. And we need to find the perfect urge to do that. So how do we do that? First thing first, accepting what you did was wrong. Sorry about that. Accepting what you did was wrong, or understanding that there are things that you can't. Yun lang. And compensating with that skills. And five, looking out for others, bringing each other up. This is basically what Together Guys means. We need to support each other because we are a little number of people in tech. We need to support one another so that we can bring each other up. If you have a seat on the table, get out, get another seat, and then let them see it. Then do it again. It's not that you're the only one, you're the only lady in front of, you're the only lady in a round table, a lot of bosses. You might feel like, okay, you're awesome because you're the only one there. But in reality, you're in a very disadvantaged standpoint because you're carrying everyone at your back. So you need to, listen to get help, support. And last, be a better person in the field. Yun lang. But if you're trying to rise up, be a better person, be a good person. Everyone has their own principles, everything that they believe in. So try to be a bit better person day by day. And you don't do that if you're, locking yourself in. Try experiences to unlock new potentials. Yun lang. Join community events or learn new stuff. Especially take advantage with the time that you have now to learn something new. Don't sleep and not understand or not realizing that you did something awesome in a day. Because time is very precious, especially in the world. Now, this is my last slide. Together we rise. How can we support more women in tech? Number one is to amplify women's voices. Don't be afraid to let your voice be heard. And of course, support women leaders. Uh, it's okay to, it's okay to have models, but if you can support at least one female role model, that would help the machine so much. Next is break the stereotypes. This is an ongoing battle that I don't know when it will end, but what we do now is to educate and encourage others not to follow with their bias. It's time to make everyone and everything equal. So it's not, it's not healthy to fight over it. It's not healthy to scream at one another, like saying that, okay, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. But the thing you can do is to educate and tell them, this is wrong. This is what's happening now because of other people's ignorance and they're not learning from it. Next, opportunities. Support local businesses, support startups, be a mentor. This is for others who already are senior developers, who are senior people in tech. We need you. We need you. Everyone needs you, mentor. I'm so happy that I've met a lot of women who mentor, especially in local Cebu. They're mentoring people, and I appreciate that you do that. But here's a challenge for you who are looking for mentors. Mentors don't in your doors. You need to connect yourself. They won't mentor you if they don't know you. So what can you do? Most mentors are found in the community. Join a community event. Be involved in places where you can meet people. Not because it's not enough to consider for of your house or your PC screen. Or if you're very shy, you can also chat. It's about basically you taking a big step. And of course, if you come across an opportunity to grow, don't miss it because it is a chance. Sometimes, especially from the story of Susan Wojcicki, if she, didn't go ask to become part of Google, who knows if she might be CEO today. So don't let opportunities pass. And last but definitely not the least, lead by example. We all want change. Definitely want change, especially now that we're having a lot of issues, might be government, may dog, like maybe at work, everything, everyone has issues. And sometimes we can't find change in others. But what can we do? We can change ourselves. Sometimes we just need to take the first step. And I think that is one of the major points that Together We Rise wants to say. That you are a superhero in your own case. Use that power to implement progress and develop on your side first, and then hopefully inspire other women to follow you. If we have men or other men listening to this, and all the tips and tricks that we are talking about, this is not for women. This also applies to you because everyone needs to be empowered. Empowered men, empowered women, empower everyone. So that is Together We Rise. And to end this, when women support women, incredible things happen. So thank you so much for spending time with us today. And I hope you learned from me, from all the other speakers. And if you have questions, feel free to reach out to us. We are happy to help you in any way that we can, especially regarding the theme for Together We Rise. And that is it for me. Thank you so much. If you want to contact me, here are my contact details below. And I'm plugging again my podcast, Take It or Leave It. We're still looking for sponsors, for partners, for guests in the show. If you want to check out, I also did a women empowered theme for March. All episodes are female CEOs in Cebu in tech. So you might want to check out their stories. And yeah, that basically is what Together with Guys is. We want you to be empowered so that you can empower others. Thanks, and I'll see you later for the Q&A. And again, I apologize for the delay earlier with the technical difficulties. And happy Saturday, everyone. Bye bye.
Hello guys. So that was Frances, uh, um, our one of our GDG leads. Actually, currently she's already um, doing her own podcast. As she said, make sure to check that out. Um, right now, we're moving on to the sponsor talk, guys. Cloud. So Sir Lloyd will be speaking. So I'll read a bit about him. So Lloyd this has a distinguished career in the Australian IT industry as an internet pioneer and entrepreneur. Over the past 3 decades, he has worked for industry leaders including Apple and Microsoft, founded and excited a series of successful IT companies in Australia and Asia. Presently, Lloyd is focused on cloudstaff.com. CloudStaff provides world-class outsourcing solutions for real estate, account development, commerce, health, and many other industries. Today, CloudStaff employs over 2,000 staff and contractors across different locations and is growing at an average of 7.5% per month. So before I show Sir Lloyd Ernest, I'll present you a CloudStaff video. So here it is.
CloudStaff is the #1 workplace in the Philippines with more than 2,000 employees complementing the business operations all over the world.
More and more people have established and excelled in their chosen careers given the variety and diversity of opportunities brought about by companies who decided to partner with CloudStaff.
The numbers keep on growing. Everyday businesses all over the world choose to take advantage of the wonderful results of having CloudStaff as their business expansion partner.
CloudStaff encourages us to have fun, exciting perks, amazing special interest groups, and career advancement sessions are just few of the benefits we enjoy.
Have you ever wondered how we remain cheerfully competitive amidst the challenges of worldwide business?
At CloudStaff, we find that great staff attract great customers that attract great staff, and staff that love what they do and are passionate. Let us show you how.
Wake up in the morning, feel the sunshine coming, it's another day.
We play a big role in all aspects of business, from customer care, sales, content creation, creatives, and web development. But we are not a traditional BPO. In fact, we have architects and engineers. Yes, you heard that right.
We offer our expertise in the design and development requirements of our clients. Our clients enjoy return on their investment with better and creative solutions that we provide.
We make sure that it's always a worry-free transaction for our clients by keeping our building projects structurally safe and sound.
Their tasks may seem complicated, but they surely know how to stay on top of their game.
It's not all work here.
And if you think that's not enough, we got balls. We can putt, drive, smash, break, spike, and shoot.
Unique, fun, and exciting, and we're just getting started.
Fun and exciting, that's who we are. No wonder, CloudStaff is the #1 choice when it comes to establishing dream careers. With the highest retention rate in the industry, people don't just choose us, they choose to stay with us.
Balanced and accurate? That's a trademark of our job. This is our way of protecting our clients' financial transactions. Also, our bosses make sure that we remain globally competitive through ongoing education.
That's food for the mind. Now, time to eat, and it's free.
Better than yesterday. It's a chance for us to
Resourceful and organized. These are the traits that our clients enjoy as we diligently manage the day-to-day operations of their business.
I love playing here, Mommy.
Oh yes, I can also take care of her here in the office.
Grateful for this day. It's a chance for us to show our way. Yeah.
Indeed, family means putting your arms around each other and being there. We organize outreach programs as part of our corporate social responsibility, as well as environmental campaigns that are sustainable, thereby reducing our carbon footprint. Use, reuse, recycle. That is celebrating life together while being responsible citizens.
And together, we get the job done. We take pride in the tools and technology that we and our clients use in our daily grind.
Our clients and their businesses run like clockwork. We ensure that all computer systems and their connections to the World Wide Web are up and running 24/7. Our IT teams continually and consistently support our clients straight from the cloud, right where they need us. And when it's time to play, it pays to be connected.
But wait, there's more. We have apps that we tap to get us on top. Coming in late? Need repairs? Hungry? Feeling under the weather? And many more. We can even buy stuff using the dream points that we earn.
Now that's power at your fingertips. These remarkable achievements are the result of the synergy between the client and the team, powered by our cutting-edge technology. A perfect collaboration.
Our clients are consistently hitting their sales target through the marketing collaterals that we produce. We create innovative and timely campaigns that are at par with global trends and standards. In fact, this video was produced by Shutterbugs, a camera club here at Cloud Staff.
To keep the creative juices flowing, let the beers flow too.
Now that's our secret. Simply fantastic. Cloud Staff is where customers work with passionate people because excellence is our way of life.
At Cloud Staff, we work hard.
We play harder. It's a global workforce. Yeah.
Okay. I think that was it. So I'm about to put Mr. Lloyd on screen. Oh, okay, good. I'm about to put on screen now. Uh, all right. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so you can start now. The light is actually a bit delayed for a few seconds. That's why when you watch it's different.
No problem. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be, and it's great to be in the virtual conference. What I'd like to do, I've got a few slides I might just present so that you can get a quick feel here. Let me just provide this slide there. Okay. Can we see the slide there now?
Yes, the presentation is on screen.
Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lloyd. I'm the CEO of CloudStar. We're a BPO in the Philippines. We have about 2,500 staff. We cover a whole range of different locations, and make our business is about technology, and so we use a lot of technology to help make the businesses work, and we also try to a really great culture. What I wanted to do was share with you today a little about that culture and what we how we actually put this together. But I wanted to start off with a bit of a confession, and that is I don't know a lot about it. And I would use that as a little bit of a discussion point here to raise a couple of points. At Clouds, I said we have 2,500 people. About 52% of those people are and about 42% are no. And apart from that, we don't have a lot of other metrics that we can capture our system. The only metric I was able to find, and I must admit I'm a bit embarrassed about this, was that how much toilet do we use by kilometre that categorise female to male. And the female part of our company uses 13.6 kilometres of toilet paper per day versus 8.2 kilometres for the male. Because, of course, we have segregated departments. But apart from that, that's really about, I guess, when we look at a company, I suppose if we promote true gender equity and we treat male and female the same, we don't really know a lot about, and I guess the question I'm saying is, should we know more about different gender requirements inside the organisation? And so I guess it was one of the questions I asked myself. We do promote very heavily the fact that we do promote gender equality inside the organisation. And I guess, what that raised an interesting question that obviously should treat everyone the same. And I was thinking about this. And, we were in San Francisco, Sydney, or London. I'd say yes, quite clearly. But in some of the developing economy that we have, that we operate in, we need to understand a bit more about some of the challenges of the different gender space inside the work environment. And one of the things, I guess, from our experience that we find is certainly in the Philippines, some of the female staff spend more time looking after children. The family matters more here, so we end up spending more time with those. And also, children are a very important part of people's lives here. And so, in some areas, in some countries, you will find that people will focus on the career, but some of the emerging economies, we find that people are very, the family is a very important part of their life. So I want to start off with, because this is a bit of a technology presentation, I wanted to cover off, and so I started thinking about it. I kind of realized that I didn't know very much about the female, the women that have inside our work. And it reminded me of this. This is an old programming game. It was called Inside Macintosh. And when you bought your Macintosh 128K Apple development kit, this is the book you had. And on the very first page, when you open the manual, it said this: all you know is wrong. And the reasons that up until then, when you're programming an Apple or an IBM, a 6 processor, and all those sort of things, everything was all done in very NVIDIA fashion. Everything was character. And all of a sudden, Macintosh came along, and then all of a sudden, things changed. You know, they introduced viewing, and then we had to teach everyone about menu bars, scroll bars, text boxes, modal dialog box. What on earth is a modal dialog box? The desktop metaphor came along. And as I said, in the way, you know, for a lot of programmers, everything that they had previously known about development had changed. And then we started to see things like, we introduced this concept called the user interface toolbox. And this was all in sort of read-only memory processing, all read-only built into the mother. So you had things like quick draw, font managers, window managers, menu editors, and a whole range of new technology and new concepts that just really weren't used to. So that's where the concept, all you know is wrong, came from. And even if you look back, there was a Adobe Photoshop version 1, and as you see, there wasn't a lot of menu items by then. But at the time, it was radical. It was something different. It was something that no one had actually seen. And why I want to bring this into, I guess, the conversation that we're having here at the moment is that, you know, if all we know is how do we actually go asking ourselves what is right. And the way we do that is we ask questions. And I thought it was such a great opportunity to have Women in Cebu Technology Conference go and ask you a new question about women in the workplace. You know, one of the things I guess we're always looking for is how to make the workplace a better environment. And to do that, we need to understand about some of the requirements that are out. So I've got 5 questions. Now, if you'd like to get 500 pesos of global demand, can't bring out a physical prize, a virtual presentation. So staff on the line, email it CZARPA@cloudstaff.com. If you drop an email, he will, at the end of the presentation, give out 10 prizes, and that include your mobile number so we can send the load through. You can answer 1 question, you can answer 5 questions, but this is kind of what I would try to figure out. We go through and continue to evolve our work. How do we address some concerns that are out there? So one of the first questions I want to ask everybody at the conference today is, what's important in your life? In a lot of places in the world today, you know, it really is about me, and then my life. And you know, you see that in a lot of different places in the world. In the Philippines, from my experience, you kind of go something like, you know, parents, my siblings, me, and then my employer. And I think this is really important because as an employer, it's my job to understand what's important to our staff. And that we can't and we shouldn't change what's important to people. But if we think that the business is kind of number one, then we're kind of missing the point about this. And so, you know, when we try to put together, whether it's a family friend policy in the office as we try to look at how we are bringing product to service, understanding what's important to the staff is a really important part of that. And so, disagree, agree, or you think I should ask these questions? That's question number one. What are the priorities in your life, and how do they actually fit in with how work-life balance come inside? Question number two. For my potential loader credit, low smart, in the past weeks, learned a lot about work from home. And, I guess we should work from home be a more common way of engaging staff. And so the question number two, if you'd like to send Zara an email, is are you productive at home or do you prefer the office environment? And I'm kind of curious if people are spending more time with their family, does it work better in a work from home environment? So that's question number two. Question number three, if we're going to make work from home actually work, what do you need? What would help make that work better? Better PC, better internet, aircon, all of the above, less children, free home, free child money. It would be interesting to know from your perspective, if work from home is an option, how can we help you make that better? When we start thinking about how we can use some of this new work paradigms, growing our skill and being able to continue to improve how we do our job is really important. So what would help you expand your skills? What makes you better at your job? What are the sort of tools, the training that we need to give you to actually help? And again, whether this is in the context of coming to work in the office or whether it's in a work from home environment, I'm really keen to know. And the final question, again, for 500 pesos of load or smart work, what are the barriers that stop your goals? What are the problems, the challenges that you face? And again, these are things that rarely, when I'm doing a presentation, do I get the chance to kind of ask all these questions. And so that's why today I thought, since we had a virtual presentation, that I try to get some interaction back and answer the questions that we are actually facing. So far, in the last little part of the presentation, so let me give you, some of the other pieces of advice that we have. Whether you're looking for a career in development, in software QA testing, as a business architect, as a business analyst, or a project manager or scrum manager, what makes a better developer or better technology lead? So one of the first things, I suppose, it's really about communication. Making sure that you are comfortable dealing with people, mastering the technology, whether it's Zoom or Skype, being comfortable with your own skills. You can always learn, you can always improve verbal skills, but that's not always. Sometimes the communication in being able to articulate, or at least even if it means sending email, daily reports, that's really important. A lot of people sit there, hide in a little shell, and they don't bother managing up or presenting, giving other options. So communication is a really key part. When you are working in the development side, it is always under promise, under deliver, under promise and over deliver. That's one of the nice things, and especially when you look at something and you can actually make suggestions, be able to be, that abstract element, bring that together, really powerful. Reuse license if it saves time. If you're a developer and that's available. I couldn't, suggest to the project manager, say, we could sit and write, it's going to take 2 weeks, or if we spend $300, there's a library that will do exactly the same. So always reuse life. Technology today is really about time to market. The faster that you can get something up, the more valuable it makes you as a developer. We don't have the big waterfall, grandiose projects anymore. And, so today's development is about agility, it's about bringing products to market as soon as we can. And that means reusing technology and reusing components and also licensing software that makes sense. And also, I suppose the number one, and this is the hardest one, this is the one that gets you in that 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 pay sale a month development category. And that's the ability to work with people guys. When the best developers that you can get are the people who take a concept and come up with their own ideas, come up with something better. That goal, that is development goal. And you know what? It's really, really hard. And it's not something that you're going to develop overnight. But the very best projects that I've had in being involved, it's where the developers understand the main, they've taken time out to do some investigation, to understand what are the other products that are on the market that are similar, and what are some of the ways in which you can kind of inspire. They just don't take the schema, they don't take the screen images and go, what am I going to make? But they put some thought into it, and they go, hang on, that makes sense. Or better still, here's a better way. That is absolute gold. So that's what makes a great developer. And great developers, we try to create great jobs at cloud stuff. Always looking for people, anything from .NET to Java to C#, you name it. We try to have an environment where there's no power play, we have more politics. We do encourage you to try to bring along, encourage this. We think it's great working teams like that. Have great work and everything from beer and ice cream, free meals, and even if you're working from home, we've got treats as well that get delivered to your door there. So guys, that's all I guess I wanted to sort of cover off today, was just going through and talking a little bit about what CloudStar offers the marketplace, but also to understand what it is we as a company can do to make this career choice that you have made even better. So, Francisco, that was all I wanted to present today.
Thank you so much, Sir Lloyd.
Okay, no problems. Have a great day, guys. And remember, drop star in the phone.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you. Okay, so I hope you got to see the cloud staff talk. So we have a couple more talks today, although we are a bit delayed, so the schedule has shuffled a bit, but don't worry, the talks will be still there. So we're gonna move on to the next talk. Um, Before that, hopefully you got what Cloud Staff has mentioned. If you want to win with their own raffle, you could uh, email Caesar the 5 questions. I think we'll be posting, our social media team will be posting the instructions to reiterate and clarify what you need to do. So up next, I will introduce the speaker. This speaker has given us her pre-recorded presentation, um, and her bio is um, Connie Barrientos Carey, owns Aleph Talent Solution Corporation, a business and HR consulting firm that helps companies set up in Cebu City. With 14 years of HR and operation management experience, passionate about social enterprise, runs Aldrich Lechon with our farmers, their farmers, sorry. Also, she runs a blog for people that need business advice called Business 101. So stay tuned for um, this talk. I will start playing it. You will start to see it in your screens in a bit. Oops, sorry.
So, hi everyone. We're going to talk about gender parity in the workplace and why gender equality is fiction. So, before anything else, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Connie, and basically, what I do is recruit and I do business incubation and help companies start businesses here in Cebu. So, it's not just tech companies, it's also BPOs and all other companies from different industries. So, the reason why we're tasked to talk about gender parity today is because we have to come to terms with the fact that gender equality is fiction. It's not real yet, unfortunately, although there is a significant number of females in tech, it's still not where we want it to be. So, women have come a long way, or have we? That is the question. The Philippines always claims that we're number one when it comes to gender equality, but I really doubt that because we don't have numbers to begin with. So I really doubt how and why they could make such claims. It just boggles me. We don't have numbers. I've looked for the numbers everywhere. There's nothing about the Philippines, but there are numbers about other countries, particularly the US, but not here, which is very worrying.
Hello guys, sorry for that. We have some technical difficulties with presentation. Um, I think we will move on to the next talk and we'll show the presentation later. So um, we will switch the schedule. So I will bring up uh, the talk titled uh, from implementation to design. This is by Sen- Senir Senires. Uh, she is a lead product designer at Signal TV and a front-end web developer with over 4 years of industry experience. Before graduating from Ateneo de Manila University, she co-founded User Experience Society, the first global Filipino student organization and practices human-centered design in solving problems in the community. She also spends time freelancing and volunteering in various creative communities like UXPH and Figma PH. So I'll switch the screen.
So for Women Tech Makers Cebu, I'll be talking about from implementation to design. By the way, I'm Chi. Okay, yeah. So I'll be sharing my experience from transitioning my focus from front-end web development to UX design. And before we proceed, I'll just introduce myself for a bit. So I'm Chi Senires. I'm the lead product designer at Signal TV. I also graduated with a computer science degree from Ateneo de Manila University, and that's back in 2016. Fun fact, I also self-studied building websites at a young age. So that's also what helped me, I guess it would, so that I get what I want. And now it's like different from everyone else. Okay, and you can also see that I'm a very visual person. So So for Women Tech Makers Cebu, I'll be talking about from implementation to design. By the way, I'm Chi. Okay, yeah. So I'll be sharing my experience from transitioning my focus from front-end web development to UX design. And before we proceed, I'll just introduce myself for a bit. So I'm Chi Senires. I'm the lead product designer at Signal TV. I also graduated with a computer science degree from Ateneo de Manila University, and that's back in 2016. Fun fact, I also self-studied building websites at a young age. So that's also what helped me. I guess it was one of the things that helped me get to my skill set to what my current skill set is now. Okay, maybe you'd have a question in your mind that I'm a computer science degree holder, but right now my job title is a product designer. So maybe you're wondering, why did I transition? So how did I find myself in a non-coding job when technically, like a computer science major, it's understandable that the job that you get after graduation is that, oh, you're a programmer, you're a developer. Okay, so I'll just share some of the things that fed into this. So, because I dreamt of becoming a graphic designer at first, I wanted to make things look pretty. I also liked web design since I was young. So again, like coming from the fact earlier, I was self-studying like how to build websites or like how to tinker around with websites. I interacted with sites like Neopets and Gaia Online, and then eventually we had like Friendster, Multiply, and then Tumblr. We would be having these themes, or we have blogs, and then you'd have to like make it look nice, like, since it's like the status quo within the school or something, or maybe online. So I've learned how to like put things together. At first, like knew what to copy paste, and then eventually I copy pasted so many like pieces of code that I learned what to edit in those codes so that I get what I want, and now it's like different from everyone else. Okay, and you can also see that I'm a very visual person. So yeah, I really like making things like look nice and look pretty. But then this eventually transitioned into having this desire to make things that help people, because I found myself like volunteering for a lot of things, and then usually during those times that I would volunteer, I would be like trying to think of ways to make things easier for people to use, or like to make things better so that people can understand it better, people can absorb the information better. So those were some of the things that influenced or like made me eventually transition into becoming a designer, even though I'm a computer science graduate. But then later in the talk, so again, okay, now I'll just go into the outline of this talk. So we'll be going first into the distinction between the two fields. So we have front end versus UX design, so implementation versus UX design. And once we find out, like, or once we learn what the difference between the two is, or what the distinction between the two is, we'll find out the benefits of knowing a bit on both fields. So maybe like more front end, a bit of design, or then the vice versa, more on design and a bit of front end. And then from there, I'll also end the talk by giving tips on how to transition from being a dev to becoming a designer. Okay, so let's start. So first, we'll talk about what front end is versus what design is, and what makes the two fields distinct. Front end is what you can call coding, or I guess like it is a form of coding, and it's focused on implementing the design or the specs that have been given to you. And that's easier said than done, because for example, you see like this full page website, and like, for example, like now you just have to make sure that you make that not exactly like pixel wise exactly as it is, but you have to make that design functional, and that's harder to do, or like rather there are a lot of things that are involved in making that actually happen. And I know the developers would be able to understand this, because for example, if you want to implement parallax, like the part where you're scrolling and then the different elements on the screen are moving in different speeds, that's tedious to like put together. So that's front end. Okay. Now we focus on design. Design is the setting of the blueprints and what actually like needs to be built. So instead of thinking, okay, how do we build this? You're thinking, why do we need to build this? What needs to be in there to be able to like, I guess, answer to what, for example, the client needs or what the company needs. So design makes you ask why. Meanwhile, front end is what makes you ask how do you do things, or like design is why do we need to do this, and then what needs to be done essentially. Yeah. And then front end would then come in and then go like, okay, so that's what needs to be done, and now how do we do it? Okay, now I think about it. Yeah. Okay, now that we know what front end and design is, now we'll like see the benefits of knowing both fields, or like benefits of like knowing a bit of like from one field or the other. So let's start. If you're a dev who knows how to design, one benefit that you have, or one advantage that you have, is you become aware of the challenge to balance form and function. So I can vouch for this for like dev friends that I know. I mean, personally, I'm not this, because I'm more of a designer really who knows how to code, and I'll be going through that later. But for the people that I know who are devs that know a bit of design, it's helpful for them because they know that, okay, yeah, I know that I need to make this, like make it functional, but it's also important that it also looks a bit nice, because you also, another advantage is like, since you have this appreciation for design, you remember now that the people you're building that app for, because now you're aware that, hey, I'm building this, and I'm not building this just for myself or just for no one to see. I'm building it for an actual person who's on the other side of the screen. So you remember that as a dev, and now you're at least more informed as you like build the platform, or the app that you're putting together, and it helps you I guess be more inspired, and also be like more mindful on how you put certain things together. Like maybe you'd be thinking about accessibility, or maybe you'd be thinking about performance, and that also coincides with collaborating with the designers, because you can now have more productive discussions with the designers, since you know where they're coming from. You won't be that dev that's gonna be like, okay, I just want to put this like it's a box, like, but no, the box has to be like this and that, and then like, now you understand the why. Oh, because some people can't see certain colors like this, or like it has to be colored in a certain way because it means that, etc. So that's the benefit, or that's the advantage if you're a dev who knows how to design. Now we go vice versa. Okay, so what if you're a designer who knows how to code? So one advantage you have as a designer who knows how to code, and that's like I'm under this classification, is now you design while being informed of what the platform is capable of, and this is very helpful because now you don't really have to like rack your brain so much about what the different things that you have to do in order to like get something done. So for example, you have to gather the people, like you have to gather information from people. Now you know that, yeah, you can just make a form, and that's like that because you know that in websites you can create forms that can be submitted, and like etc. Like the process, and yeah, at least you're now more informed of what can be done on the platform. And knowing what can be done also helps you design applications that you know the difficulty and how to do certain things. So since, like, for example, maybe you took a basic coding class and now you know how to make a website. So okay, like you put it together, okay, now done. You know either how easy it is to build, or like how much time you have to actually spend to like put things together if you want it to look a certain way. So now this also helps you in collaborating with other developers as a designer, because now you don't have to fight them since you understand where they're coming from. And this is so helpful for me because I've encountered a lot of developers who didn't really have that initial appreciation or understanding of design. They're the ones who are like, oh, we need to like display information, just put in a table, okay, and then that's done. Like, put in a table and just put everything there. It's like, no, like, why do we need a table? Like, now I have to ask that question, like, why do we need a table? Why do we need to make it so like this? Can we do it in this way? And then I would have examples that I can give, and that's the benefit of me like knowing a bit of coding, like knowing actually how to like build certain things. Or maybe, for example, like in a map, like, you know, that, or maybe in like implementation of like finding or like displaying the results of different branches for a company. You could just do that as a list and you're done. That's the easy way out. Or if you're a designer, you're thinking, or rather just like you're just thinking like, okay, what's best for the user. Technically, users won't necessarily understand. Not everyone will be able to understand a list, because, you know, a list is like very long, especially if there's a lot of branches. It's very long, and if these branches have locations, then it might be better if it was a map. And I had experiences before in like building this kind of like locator, or like building a map with certain pins or like markers, and I gave suggestions to our developers, and eventually they got to implement it, and they also learned on their own way that, oh, okay, so this is how you can do it. And then they also gave their input that, hey, what if while we're moving the viewport, that's the only time when things are loaded? So they were thinking of performance as well, because if you load for example all of the maps, for example in the map of the Philippines, so like you're like your branches are all over the Philippines, and you have like a thousand, over 100,000 branches across the country, and you load all of that information, that's gonna be like really bad in performance. And they suggested that, okay, what if while you're moving the viewport, that's the only time that certain map markers are gonna load? And then we were like, okay, so that works. Just make sure that it fulfills the requirement, which is show map markers in the middle like of the viewport once the user is like going through it. So that's one thing. That's like one concrete example of like the advantages of being like a designer who knows how to code, collaborating with developers who eventually got an appreciation for design. So knowledge from one field helps you work together with the people who have that as their focus. Yeah, and that's really helpful. But maybe let's take a step back. What if, for example, yeah, you're like me. You're someone who knows a bit about development, or maybe you're like a front end web developer. Like, okay, you're kind of getting tired of just doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe, I'm not sure. These are like, you can have very different reasons for wanting to transition. But for example, you just really want to try or want to get into UX design. You want to have a career as a UX designer because you want to help people. You want to help build products for people. You want to be that person that asks the why, instead of being that person that just has to wait for the people to ask the why, and then once they're done finalizing that, they give it to you, and then like, now you're thinking, okay, how? Like, stuff like that. So what if you really want to transition? Okay, the tips that I'm going to be sharing now for transitioning from dev to design is all based on my experience. So I've been working for I've been working for 4 years already, and so far this has helped me and is still currently helping me anyway, as I'm still learning, as I'm still working. Yeah. Okay, the first tip that I'm going to give is to study up on UX design. So for example, you're a dev who has no idea about what UX design is. You learn what it's all about. So you read articles and books about UX design. I did this before. I got to be able to do this when I was in my 4th year of college, during my internship. That's when I actually got exposed to UX design. I was like, hey, can I do my internship as a graphic designer instead, or like a web designer for this research lab in Ateneo? and they're like, oh, okay, instead of being like a graphic or a web designer, can you be a UX and UI designer instead? And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know what that is, but sure, I'll just do it. And then I found out that, okay, so this is what the job entails. But then technically, just hearing UX and UI designer, or just like a UX designer, doesn't necessarily say much about what the job is, because it's different from company to company, and the job title has actually morphed and evolved as time went on. You now have UX engineers, which is actually the more appropriate term for me if I were to be able to apply all of the skill sets that I have now. But since that's not what I was hired to do, I'm a product designer. I'm just like doing all of the design work, and then I leave the coding, the development to other people. So anyway, going back, that's when I learned, like, okay, so UX design is user experience design. UX design is not equal to just designing for user interfaces. It's not just like making things look nice on an app screen on a mobile phone. It's a bunch of other things as well. It's learning how the different research methods that you need to do in order to like find out certain things about the people that you want to help out with, and yeah, all of those things. So you can like learn more just by searching what is UX design, like on the internet, on Google, and then you can search, like you'd see a lot of things there already. And then you can also attend meetups and workshops, and that was also something that helped me out, like at the start, because I attended a bunch of like UXPH meetups. So I'm also like I'm currently like the marketing lead for UXPH, User Experience Philippines. We're based in Manila, but we actually wanted to like hold conferences in Cebu and in Davao sometime this year. But due to the pandemic, I'm not sure if we can actually like hold something physical in Cebu, but we'll see. We'll see how things turn out. Maybe it can be online as well. I don't know. But anyway, going back, at the start, I was like attending all of these meetups and workshops about UX, and then like learning about all the different methods from like, okay, this is what this person did in their company, and then this is how they learned, and then I got to like absorb all of that information, and then I just kept learning. And another thing that you can do, all by the way, is you can also do a personal project, and this is going to tie into the next tip that I'm gonna be giving, which is to practice with design problems. So for example, there was a time before that I wanted to build like a money tracking app, because I wanted to track my finances, and I wanted to track it with an app. So I wanted to be able to practice my coding and also my designing, and I never really got to finish it, but the process of like thinking about it was helpful in itself. So now if you practice with design problems, like, okay, you learned about what UX is all about, you learned that UX is not just UI, you learned that there's a research aspect to it that comes with it. So now you go into it and like, okay, let's try to apply what I've learned so far with an actual project. So for example, in that finance tracker app, now you form user flows and user journey maps for the people that you want to help out with. So for example, like maybe you want to cater to students. So students who have a set baon, or like set allowance every week, now they have to like budget it throughout maybe the week, or maybe through the month. Like you think, how would they go about their normal day, and then where could I like make things more efficient, for example. Then from there, like for example, you made the flow already of like how things could be. You can now create the wireframes, and like you make mock-ups and then prototypes, and like just draw the squaring, just sketch it out and just put it together. Like, okay, doesn't have to like look nice, or it doesn't also even have to like work nicely. I mean, you can use all trial and error as well. And then once you like, but you have to like make something like end to end. So or like at least like from the start to the finish for the prototype, like make squares like registration to talking about the money tracker app. So maybe you start with an empty wallet. So maybe how do you add funds to that wallet in the screen, and then how do you add a listing, like a finance listing, like, okay, I bought lunch, a 50 peso hot dog at the stand, and do you list down, like, okay, you list down the amount, do you list down where, like the location, do you list down like, okay, is it for lunch, or like what time it was, do you list it down as, okay, I want to put it in the budget, under the budget for food, or something like that. So those are the things that you find out when you form user flows and user journey maps. And then when you create the wireframes, mockups, and prototypes, you create like what the view of that would be. And then once you put that together, you can now test your creations with real people, and then and also get feedback. So for example, you made that already, and then you have your friends as students. Hey, can you try out this app that I made? Like, maybe it won't look like so much of an app, and just say this prototype, and then just make it so that they'll like go through the thing that you made, the prototype, and then ask them to give you feedback, like, and just like not like to diss it or not to praise it as well, but just to give you feedback that, hey, maybe it would be better if we could tag certain things, or maybe it would be better if I could like have a template for like food, for example, like, oh, since I eat lunch at around the same time every day, or like my favorite food is hot dogs, or my favorite food is like my favorite drink is milk tea, and I always buy milk tea at around 4 o'clock. So maybe it would be nice if I could like do that again, like I can copy a previous entry and then I just put it for today, something like that. You'll find that out when you test your prototype with actual people, because you're not really the only person, you're not your user when you're building these things, and other people actually can help you in filling out the gaps of the things that you may not have like thought about. Okay, the last tip that I could have is, for example, now you can go back to the attending of meetups and workshops. During these times, you can like now talk to the people in the industry. So again, you can join these design communities and other interest groups, like for example UXPH. You can actually join UXPH now on Facebook. Just join the group and then fill up the question so that you'll be accepted in the group. And also, like Women Tech Makers Cebu is organized by Google Developers Group Cebu or Google Developers Group Philippines, so you can also join that. And I know in Cebu there's also Cebu UXD, so you can also like check them out. Like I think they're on Facebook as well. You join these communities and other interest groups, and these communities have events or meetups and workshops that they have, where they bring industry leaders and industry professionals into these events and pull them together, and then we have like a learning session with all of them. Normally those are free, but some of them can be paid. It depends on what kind of thing that you want, but there are many things that are free anyway. So you attend these workshops and meetups to learn more, and then you also, while you're there, since you're there already, converse with the people that are there. Like, technically you're gonna be networking, or just, you don't have to like be like, oh, this is my business card, or this is my calling card. You can also be like, oh, hey, what do you do? So for example, like, oh, I'm a product designer. Oh, what does a product designer do? So you find out what these people actually do, especially if you don't know what they're doing. So maybe you'd meet someone who's like a UX writer. So what does a UX writer do? Like you never even knew that UX could be applied in writing, for example. So many things like that. You'd meet a lot of different people during these meetups, and then maybe you'll find a job. That's how I found a job, because I went to a meetup and I saw a friend and we were talking, and then this friend told me, hey, I have another friend who is looking for a UX designer right now, and you're talking about your job hunting woes. I know that your skill set, like my skill set rather, could be fit for that work. So that's how I got my first corporate job, actually, because I just kept on going to these meetups and workshops. Meetups and workshops, these events organized by different communities, and just talk to people. And I got the job. So that's how I got my job at True Money Philippines. I used to work for a fintech company. And I was there for like 2 years. So there, those are my tips. Again, I will recap. My tips would be to first, if you're transitioning from dev to design, is to study UX design. And then this can go into, like, you can apply what you studied by practicing it with design problems that you can either search online or maybe just like ask someone, hey, what's something that you have a problem with like in your life? Something like that, and you try to solve that. And it doesn't even have to be like super grand. It's just, yeah, like I want to track my money. That's not really like something that a lot of people would want to do on their own. But anyway, okay. And then once you practice with design problems, you can also like just go and talk with people in the industry. And like once you're like talking with actual people, either getting them to test the app that the prototype that you're building, you can also just like talk to them like, hey, what do you think about this? Oh, and then the conversation will just start going. And then after you talk with them, you just like go into that cycle again. Just keep on learning, just keep on doing, and just keep on like improving your craft, your skill. And there, you're essentially like you're now a UX designer. Because yeah, sometimes as UX designers don't really know some of the stuff that we're doing, but we're doing it anyway so that we learn. Yeah, so there's essentially that's my talk. So thanks for listening. Wash your hands and don't touch your face. I was touching my face earlier, but just I washed my hands earlier anyway. So yay, thank you for listening. I hope you learned something from my talk. If you want to chat more, you may find me on Twitter. So that's at cheeseanires. And my website is also cheeseanires.ph. And there. Yay. Thanks for listening and take care.
So, guys, I hope you're still listening to this stream. Um, I hope you learned from Chi about her journey and the different tips she gave. on design to implementation. Um, so for our next video, um, we're gonna be showing Leah's presentation. So Leah, I actually met Leah in Thailand, but she's actually from Vietnam. Uh, spent a part of her life and grew up in the U.S. And she's now currently in Australia, so she's like everywhere, and she's like so amazing. As a person I personally know. Um, so for her bio, let me just. Okay, so sorry. So Leah Truck is a college professor in Boston turned tech advocate in Vietnam. Leah Truck has been keynote speakers in multiple community events and seminars by Google Developer Group Vietnam, TEDx, Women in STEM program at the U.S. Consulate General, Ho Chi Minh City, around tech and women empowerment. She has received public diplomacy federal awards by the U.S. Department of State and is also the Women Maker Ambassador for Vietnam. So I hope you learn something from her. She will be talking about, sorry, she'll be talking about APIs demystified. So here it is.
Okay, so quick introduction about myself. My name is Lia Chuk, and I'm the Women Technical Ambassador, and I'm also the program lead of Women Mid-Tech Diversity and Inclusive STEM program, sponsored and funded by the U.S. Consulate General, Ho Chi Minh City. So in this section, I'm gonna cover several items. Don't panic if there's certain terminology that you don't understand right away. As I go along and going through the code demo, you'll get to know it a lot clearer. So just take it easy. You know, this is like an introductory for beginners. So no need to worry if you don't understand anything right away. So I'll cover what is API, why we use API, JSON, protocol, RESTful APIs, authentications, and code demo, which I'm going to use the Google Map API to build a Flutter app using the Google Map API. So we've been, every day we've been communicating with our friends, with our coworkers, to the world, to social medias and other things. We have different ways of communicate among ourselves, but how do programs communicate with each other? That is where API is going to come into play the important roles. So this is one of a very popular API that you probably see. Whenever you want to view certain applications, use certain features, you need to sign in into an application, right? So it provides you with the options that you can sign in with Google or sign in with Facebook. So those are the Google sign-in APIs, which is being very popular used. Another example, I saw this application on the news a few days ago, a very interesting applications by the Smart City Hanoi, I think. And they're using the, I assume they're using the Google API for presenting their, the map of cases of impacted of, like the coronavirus. So people can keep track and people can, like register and contact with the authority and so much more. So I believe that they use this API because it's going to save them a lot of time and effort instead of building the map themselves from scratch. So what exactly is API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. It's a software program that gives developer the access to computing resources and data. Just give me a short time so I can close the window. Okay. Okay. So there are many popular Google APIs. Here at Google's, we have the application programming interface that are developed by Google, which allow the communication with other Google services and the integrations to other services. Like I mentioned earlier, there's Google Sign-in, Google Translate, Google Map, as you can see from here. You can also explore more of the Google APIs in the Google API libraries and Google API Explorer in your own time. In order to make sure that everything is working properly, we have to have API architecture. Is a set of methods that allow programs to communicate with one another. To communicate effectively, the program needs to have a clear protocols that governs the transfer and interpretations of data. So a very important model that we need to understand is that the client and server model is an underlying architecture that all web-based APIs use for exchanging information. What I mentioned here, the clients is usually the computing device like the desktop, laptop, or your mobile phone. It's going to request some computing resource or data. It's going to send this request, and this request needs to be formatted in certain agreed upon the protocol. For the server, it's actually the place where you store all those computing resources, and the job is to interpret and to fulfill the client request. So for an example, you have your phone, right? And you're gonna ask the request the server to, hey, you know, get me this video, get me this page, get me this data, and then the server gonna respond back to you. What is the protocol through this protocol? So very common protocol that we're using is HTTP protocol, is the hypertext transfer protocol, in which is allow fetching the resources. The requests are basically initiated by the recipients or clients. The most common used HTTP request methods are get, post, put, and delete, as I given an earlier example. That, you know, when you kind of click on the viewer interface of your phone and you're asking for, hey, you know, get me certain videos, get me certain data, weather information, then it's going to respond back to you. That's the get respond methods. So this is another way to understand API. This is your app sending requests to someone else's program. Say here in this case is Google program, so it's Facebook program. And then it is going to respond back through the API to fetch those data to your application. So API, another definition is that it's a set of routines, protocol, and tools for building software application. It's basically specify how software components should interact. So an interesting example is it just reminds me of, you know, like when I'm going to the bank, right? So I'm going to ask the bank teller, I'm going to want to withdraw some money. So what I have to do is I have to present to the bank teller my IDs, right? Like who I am, what's my ID number, and maybe my bank, like booking, saving account number, etc. And then the bank will, you know, like see if I'm the real person who actually owns this bank account. And then they're gonna, you know, like get some money from my saving account and then just give it to me for my withdrawal. So it's kind of something like that in terms of handling and transfer and fulfill the information request. In this case, is my request to withdraw my money. And actually save time and limit what other application can ask for. So imagine that you don't have to guard your money all the time. The bank is actually doing it for you. And last but not least is give out the standard of communication and is the best way to access information. So the bank will say, hey, like you're allowed to withdraw certain limits through your ATM machine, say $1,000 per day, because if we don't communicate in such way, or if we don't follow certain standard, it will slow down or mess up a lot with the system of the bank. Say if everyone come and withdraw the money, all of those, then the bank gonna collapse. So API is very important. It's actually increase the developer efficiency, and it's much easier to use an API than to build every single program and methods and data sets from scratch. And API are built on the principle of abstraction. So you don't need to understand what's really behind the scene or the complexity of the API to use its own environment. So you don't have to understand the complexity of the bank, how it's operate, what's the inscriptions and everything else behind the scene. You just know that they're guarding your money and they're, like securing your money you're saving. Endpoints is another important terminology that we need to understand. Endpoints are actually access point to data or computing resources hosted on the server. So I would imagine this kind of like the address of the ATM or like the address of like the bank branch office. So this is the communication channel so that the client can access the resource they need without complications or irregularity. Another important terminology is RESTful API. You hear this a lot among developers and product managers. It's basically just an API that utilizes the HTTP protocols that I mentioned earlier, the request methods, and endpoints. Those are referred to as RESTful APIs. REST here stands for representational state transfer. It's an architectural style that prescribes standard for web-based communication. So when those data come back to the clients, it's going to be under the form of JSON or XML. So what exactly is JSON? JSON this is an example of a JSON file. So it's a lightweight format for sorting and transporting data. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So you just need to know that this is how it looked like, and in the recent year, JSON has surpassed the XML in RESTful APIs, and it's used largely because it's very lightweight and it's easier to read. As you can see from here, it's basically it's read like a human language, and it's faster to parse. Authentications and authorization. This is the terms that most people kind of get confused sometimes, especially for non-tech. So I just want to clarify this. So authentications is the process of determining a client's identity. So say the bank teller will ask you, hey, you're going to give me your ID, you're going to give me your name, your bank book, bank saving account, etc. So they're authenticating your identity. Authorizations, on the other hand, is that they're going to determine what permission that you can have on certain access of resource. So say, like you are the owner of those bank account, so you have the permission to withdraw the money out of the bank account. That is how the bank authorize you. So, but another example is that if you authorize your relatives or your parents to be able to view your bank account but not able to withdraw the money from the bank, then when your parents say they're going to come to the bank and ask, hey, I want to withdraw the money, of course the bank won't allow that permission, but they can grant that, hey, you have the permission to view what's the actual amounts or what's the other information related, as long as it's not withdrawing the money. So authorization is determine what permission that you can have on certain set of resources. So there are three types of services: API keys, service account, and OAuth. So don't panic if you don't understand this right away. I'm going to explain it with later slides and with the code demo. So back to the example of login with Google, login with Facebook. This OAuth is actually an authorization standard. It's a service that allows certain company like Google or Facebook the permits to use your credential and giving those credentials to third party, so you can gain access, but at the same time protecting your informations, your confidential information, because you can see that like Facebook, for example, they have a lot of your information, your photos, your number, your phone number, your email, and everything. But they only providing the third party with certain information that is enough to grant you an access to that third party app. So in this case, I use sign in with Facebook to access my Canva account. And the Canva and Facebook gonna ask me that, hey, I'm gonna give your name, your profile pictures, and email to Canva, so you can access to Canva application. Are you okay with that? So if I click yes, then they're gonna give those information to those third party, and then I grant access to use those application. But they're not gonna send everything to Canvas though. For more information on this, you can always go into the Google Identify platform with Google Sign In. There's a lot of useful and interesting information and knowledge that you can explore in your own time. So overall, APIs will give you less focus on building and more on info requests. And API is actually used, very popularly used among startups, because you don't have to create features or certain features from scratch. Everything is already built for you. You just need an access to those resources. And on the other hand, API can be a business model, like you being charging a small fee when your apps can access to those resources. Say here, for example, the weather app, you're going to pay a little small fee to access the weather information for any location around the world with this lightweight JSON format that I mentioned earlier. And those companies are paying WeatherStack to get access to this weather API that they're providing. Another example is that Google Maps. You can also pay a small fee based on your usage. For example, here, paying like $2 for 1,000 requests, or you can have like the first 200 of the usage month is free. So coming back to the one of the earlier example that I mentioned, they actually probably use some of this and paying fees for Google to access the Google API maps. So I would want to move on to the next section, which is pretty exciting, is that the Google Map API code demo. So I'm actually build a simple Flutter applications that using the Google Map API. So I'm gonna share the screen with you. Oops, okay. So there's a lot of information that's updated on the Google Map Flutter package. I have to mention that I'm using Flutter to build the application, so I have to follow this documentation step by step. So in order to getting started, you will need an API key. This is where you get it from the Map platform on the Google Cloud. And then you have to enable the Google Map SDK on iOS and on Android. So this is the Google Map platform web page, and you can click start, and then you can put in your billing information, and then you're gonna enable the Map SDK for iOS and Android. And over here, you look down to the API key. I got this key right here, and I'm gonna copy it and put it into my my codes. So let me share into this code. Okay. So over here, you can see this is the code that I use temporary for this application. Okay. So when I first run this application, by default is going to set me up for Portland as the locations. So what about if I want to change my locations? I need to retrieve certain data that point me to certain location, right? So what I did was I go on to the Google Map. There's a Google Map API endpoints that I mentioned earlier. And say, for example, here, this is the raw JSON file, and we can clean this up a little bit to make it cleaner. So you can see this is kind of the same as the example that I gave you earlier about what does JSON file look like. So here we'll have different parameters. We have office, we have address, we have ID, image, latitude, longitude, and so much more. So say for right now, say if I want to change my office locations as a default into somewhere else, I can just say maybe Sydney. Okay, and this is the perimeter. This is the latitude and longitude of Sydney. Let's see. I can just change this. Sorry, I move between the windows. This for latitude. And longitude. Oops. Okay. So I'm going to put up this simulator. Right now it's in Portland, right? So let me kind of do a hot reload of this. Yes, perfect. So this is Sydney. And you can also move it out a little bit by changing the zoom. So, but what I want to show you is that you can use this JSON file to kind of manipulate the default map. And you can also just use the API key that I demonstrated earlier to incorporate this Google Map application into your Google Map API into your applications without having to create the map from scratch. Yeah, so this is what it is. Okay. Again, you can also go into the Google Developer Code Lab, Google Map in Flutter, for more information on the step-by-step of how I do this application, how I create this application. Yeah, and that's it for my section. Thank you, and thank you very much for being patient with me. And please follow us on our Facebook page for the most updated information. And thank you.
All right. So thank you for the wait. That was a great talk by Lena. Uh, Up next, we will be talking. I mean, we will be viewing the talk by Miss Connie. So Miss Connie again owns Aleph Talent Solutions Corporation, a business and HR consulting firm that helps companies set up Cebu City. With 14 years of HR and operations management experience, passionate about social enterprise, and runs Algae Lechon with her farmers. Also a blog for people that need business advice called Business 101. So I'll be presenting Ms. Connie's presentation, and Ms. Connie is on the Zoom right now. Uh, so just wait a second. Okay, Miss Connie, hello. Your presentation is on screen now, and um, you are on audio.
All right. Something when it's I should start. Okay, Francis.
All right. Okay, I think you can start now, Connie.
All right. Okay. So, um, okay. Hi everyone. I'm so sorry that we can't be there with you. Given the situation. Thank you for spending time with us today. I know it's a very scary time for all, particularly here, in Cebu and the entire Cebu province. But thank you for this, for supporting women tech makers, and for spending time with us. So I'm here to talk about gender parity in the work. So gender parity is basically gender equality. So and it is fiction until now, unfortunately. So there's no such because there's still class, there's still inequality when it comes to pay. Unfortunately, women are normally 30% less than their counterparts. Due to the fact that we've had offsets and we've had people like Susan B. Anthony, you could expect that we should already equality, but unfortunately that is not the case. Even if the women come along with a lot of women, we haven't really. Why? Let's show you the slide. Now, yes, Francis talked about this earlier. That is still a men's world. If it, one of the big tech companies, eBay, Amazon, and Microsoft, you can see there is very little percentage of women officers the echelon of their leadership. Okay? So if there are very few female developers, there are fewer female leaders and business. Why is that? Now, next slide will show you why. Okay? One is that we have a pipeline problem. There are very few women who take up STEM, so that's science, technology, and math. Given that it's traditionally a man's job and a man's course, women are often expected to take education, college in nursing, medicine, not even law, because law is apparently a man's job or a man's industry. Because you're argumentative, and if you are assertive, automatically you're unlikable and considered a bitch. So if you can see, In 12th grade, only 47% would take up STEM. And as the students go higher and they take placement tests, the number drops until they graduate from college and then they join the workforce. An alarming thing I found is that we don't have that number for the Philippines. I've searched high and low for it, I couldn't find it. So it really bothers me why anyone would brag that the Philippines is number one when it comes to inclusivity and diversity, particularly for females. And that is not true. Because recently, we were bragged that the Philippines is number one when it comes to inclusivity because 47% of our managers are females. What they forgot to mention is that 47% female managers are paid 30% less. So imagine doing the exact work, taking the same pressure, and not being paid what you do. That's what we go through day in, day out. And there's to back that. Okay? We are not there yet. It's not equal. It hasn't been equal. Discrimination, sexual discrimination still exists, particularly in industries like tech or engineering. We've seen that so many times, particularly in our field where we recruit. We've seen talented engineers and talented developers being left out or being declined because they preferred male, even though the female engineer is more talented. Let's put it this way. Out of 20 applications that I get for developers, I get 8 men and 2 women. It's that bad. Now, according to a report by OECD, the reason why we have on top of the pipeline problem is because parents tend to encourage their children to take certain courses. So females, as mentioned, either they're encouraged to take very feminine courses like consumer education, and they encourage the men to do engineering or IT or business or law. So there is a very traditional gender roles that parents expect children to play. And this is something that we need to change. Now, another reason why there are very few female tech is that we don't have anyone we can actually compare ourselves to or identify ourselves with. Now, if you name a very famous tech superstar, you will name someone like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg. Who else do you know? For female, you only know like Sheryl Sandberg. Nobody was Susan Wojcicki earlier. Like, do you remember Hedy Lamarr? And unfortunately, the most famous tech quote unquote superstar without a fraud. Her name was Elizabeth Holmes. If you can remember that person became a medical program supposedly that was supposed to be a engineer, and it all went to bust. That's what we are known for as females. Because of that 1%, every other female is going to be looked down on as somebody incompetent, unfortunately. So we need to have somebody better, somebody we can identify with. We need to have strong female characters that we can look at or look to, like typical Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg that everybody names. Now, factors that keep women out of tech. We're scared of tech. As I mentioned, there's a STEM pipeline problem. We have a pipeline problem. We don't have enough talents. We don't have enough people interested in tech. We don't have enough women interested in science, technology, or math. Now, you ask yourself, a lot of you took up tech or computer science because it was your last choice. You really wanted it. You took it because there was a available scholarship program for it. Like the OS offers these years not go out of the country because she had to serve. And fortunately, in a sexual harassment rate is women face online abuse. If you remember this Victoria's Secret model named Lindsay Scott, who people made fun of, she said she was a software developer, and people said she can program hello. But Lindsay took online, took to Reddit and said she can actually do better than that. And she actually has a lot of reputation on Stack Overflow, which a lot of men can't even do. And that forms progression being part of the glass ceiling for high-tech jobs. As I mentioned, a lot of females, they manage are paid 30% less than their male counterparts. You know why? Because when it comes to negotiation, women are not assertive when it comes to men. And people offering salary would think that a woman would back down, whereas a man would not. So they tend to offer men more. Now, what do we do to change that? We need to encourage females to get into science and technology. Okay? We have to make it cool again. And I'm not saying cool like backstrap holding a soldering iron incorrectly. I'm talking about that doctor in Spain who was so sarcastic who said, I'm paid 1,800 euros per week. You want or you go ask Cristiano Ronaldo. We need to make it cool that problem solving, critical thinking, these are very good things. That pretty is not the rent to pay for taking up space. And of course, there has to be a sense of belonging. We need to have communities like Women Tech Makers, like I Am Remarkable, where people can talk about ideas and they can talk about what they want to do or what they want to create without the fear of being judged or being laughed at, as opposed to going online and being abused. So there's also a need to build confidence. Okay, I Am Remarkable workshops really help. Also, what about that? That is still predominantly a fertile industry. So you have a lot of sexist jokes. Whether you admit it or not, you have it. You still have bros. It's such a bro culture, making it unsafe, or at least making women feel unsafe. And because we're in a patriarchal religious country, we're always taught to be polite, and we're always taught to be nice. Now, guys, there's a difference between being kind and being nice. Don't worry about being disliked. If something makes you uncomfortable, speak up. And that's okay. So there has to be community support peers and foster an interest in computing careers. Now, fostering this interest does not happen overnight. It has to start very early. And what we noticed during our recruitment process is that best developers start young. These are the kids who started taking up robotics when they were first grade or second grade. These are the kids who played games and wanted to cheat on games. So you need to start early. And unfortunately, an hour-long computer class in school not cut it. So we need to have access to technology. And you can't just have that in computer labs, which gives an hour every time. You need to have a space, you need to have venue where you can go anytime you want. It can experiment, you can develop a program. Unfortunately, our country doesn't have that yet. What I know is that ETI is trying, but I don't know any other place that does. And whether you like it or not, you have to admit that not everyone who takes computer science has a computer at home. Not everyone is born to a privileged family. And we've seen that in so many times. So we really need to have a community that allows that to happen. We need to have peers. And unfortunately, I know a lot of people would hate it because it's a lot of work and a lot of time. It's hard. We have a lobby for the government. Because given the situation right now, the only thing that's going the economy is the IT and BPO industry. So if we do not invest in our IT skills, we're done for. Now, for this year, the theme for International Women's Day is Each for Equal. Okay? So there are 6 key areas. Number 1, we have champion women forging tech innovation. How many women do you know are forging tech innovation? My favorite will always be Melanie Perkins of Canva. She is making graphic design easy for everyone. And she started when she was in college, even before that, because she was editing yearbooks. And besides that, we don't really know anyone else. Well, Anne Chicky, I guess, of 23andMe, who is Susan Chicky's sister, and the ex-wife of Sergey Brin. That's another role model we can have. Now, applauding equality for women athletes. Now, I know this is going to be it's going to be something that people will argue about, because people would say men's sports is more saleable, it's more exciting, and there are more advertisers that advertise in men's sports. Because at the end of the day, it's about business. But even if it's a business, you also have to come to terms with the fact that it's about skill. And you have to pay male and female athletes equally for what they do. Now, we have to support an inclusive workplace so women thrive. This is actually the job of HR managers. Unfortunately, it seems to me that not a lot of HR managers run classes or run courses in sexual harassment in the workplace. I don't even think that it's in a lot of code of conduct. Now, we need to have classes on gender sensitivity because for a lot of because they grew up thinking that it's okay to be macho, they think it's okay. So we need to have. Now, supporting women to earn on their own terms. I like social enterprise. We need to have that. We need to have financial programs for women so that they can earn their own living. An example would be the STAR program of Tesla. They allow women to apply for loans and apply at the program at Coca-Cola, and Coke supports them and have their own distributorship stores. So that is one good thing. Now, you can also empower your health education. This is very difficult to talk about in a Catholic country, but we also have to come to terms with the fact that it's always our choice, our body, we get a say on it. Okay? There's such a thing as third poverty. Not a lot of women can afford sanitary products, unfortunately. Not a lot of women can afford birth control. And these options have to be made available for them. Now, we need to increase visibility for female creatives. Again, we need to have programs, we need to have organizations, we need to have communities that increase visibility for female creatives. Because right now, we only have, if you say graphic designer, automatically to a man that together. Because we don't really have for women. And you have graphic design, a male graphic designer, because they're always online selling shirt design. We don't have that for women. Now, mind you, to have that. In order for us to be paid equally, we need to work 99.5 years before we can have this gender parity. That is a lot of work. That is a very long time. However, it is possible and it's doable because there are already countries that are doing it. The States, the US not being one of them, the UK not being one of them, and the Philippines not one of them. That's why why we constantly brag that we're among inclusive when it comes to women. We are not. As you can see, this is my last slide. You can see the top 10 countries that actually have gender equality when it comes to pay and everything else. In this case, mothers are not the only ones who get leave. They get maternity leaves. Dads also get paternity leave of the equal number. Here in the Philippines, it's only 7 days for dads, and you have to be married to the mother of your child before you can get that leave. Okay, so number one is Iceland, and the North, Finland, Sweden, and surprisingly, Nicaragua, and then New Zealand. Germany is number 10. So we're nowhere near that. Know where we are? We're at number 69. So we have a long way to go. So unfortunately, gender parity is fiction, but we can work our way out of it. Ladies and gentlemen who are currently watching us or staying with us presentation, we can work on this together. We can have the communities we need. We can hire according to talent and according to skill and not according to gender. We need to stop all of that. Because if we don't, we're discounting ourselves of 50% of the talent that we actually have. And right now, unfortunately, the Philippines, although we're considered a country with a lot of good developers, our developers are not cutting edge. Because most of our developers are only good without first work. It's rinse, repeat. We need to have developers who are cutting edge. Because right now, they think the developers in Eastern Europe are more skilled and are cheap, and we have limited talent. So we need to do more than this. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope you learned.
Thank you so much, Connie. See you in the Q&A. Okay, I'm so sorry for that, guys. My audio is very weird today, but yeah. Um, last speaker will be Dr. Irish. So she'll be sharing about on our. Okay, hopefully this works. Um, but nonetheless, Dr. Irish Dos Santos, MA, as well as MBA. Dr. Irish is a business consultant, digital marketing strategist. Sorry, digital marketing strategist, mentor, speaker, real estate manager, animal welfare advocate, and founder of WorkPeach. After receiving her doctoral degree, Dr. Irish left the corporate world to focus on her startup and real estate. And to focus on her startup in real estate. She is the former community manager of JFDI Asia. I mean, yeah, JFDI Asia, the first business accelerator in Southeast Asia. Sorry, accelerator, the first business accelerator in Southeast Asia. She helped the JFDI community grow in Asia through collaboration with tech startups, entrepreneurs, and investors. She aims to deliver innovative, profitable digital products and services that will create a positive difference and would make things better. So sorry, tongue twister. But yeah, so hopefully this you can hear the audio in this, guys.
Hi everyone. I know times are tough right now on many levels. Most of us are isolated inside our home, worried about our jobs or businesses, our health, and our communities. But just remember that you're stronger and more resilient than you think, and together we shall overcome COVID 19. To begin with, let me introduce myself. Okay, so I am Dr. Irish Dos Santos, the founder of WorkPeach, a consulting agency based in the Philippines. Basically, we're a startup. Our services include market research, web design, digital marketing, software development, and mobile apps, customized trainings, and workshops. Currently, we're a team of 5 plus 1 programmer, and we're working on 2 mobile apps right now, and hopefully we'll be able to launch it within this year. And today I'm going to show you how to unleash your leadership potential. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to share with you 4 subtopics that will help you prepare for the next stage in your career, business or personal life. If you inspire for growth, then this topic is for you. According to Forbes, studies show that once women land leadership positions, they excel, often surpassing men, because women have developed soft skills necessary for effective leadership. Traits like empathy, communication, and listening are qualities that serve women well when in management position. So, are you ready for the next stage in your career? Business or personal life? If you aspire for growth, then this topic is for you. What is leadership? Leadership can be described as the ability of an individual to influence, motivate, and enable others to contribute toward the effectiveness and success of a company or an organization or the group. A great leader possesses a clear vision, has integrity, honesty, humility, and clear focus. Great leaders help people reach their goals and motivate them to be the best version of themselves. So let's proceed. Let's understand the different leadership styles. There are many different leadership styles that people tend to use, but today I'm gonna share with you the three big leadership styles because it's common and still effective. The first one is autocratic or authoritarian. This is a type of leaders that tells his or her employees what to do and how to do it without getting their advice. So basically, this is applicable to new employees are still learning, who are still in the learning stage. And the second one is what we call participative or democratic. This is a type of leadership that includes one or more employees in the decision making process. But the leader normally maintains the final decision in making authority. So with this style, the leader is not expected to know everything. This is why if you will be the leader, you need to employ skilled people to help you out. So it's look like let's work together to solve this. And the third one is free reign or laissez-faire. So this is a type of a leader that allows the employees to be like creative and make decisions. However, the leader is still responsible for the decisions that are made. This leadership style puts a lot of trust into the team and gives feedback when needed. One of the positive feature for this style of leadership is your subordinates feel appreciated and it helps them to boost their morale. So, which leader are you? Now, we need to learn the importance of continual personal and professional development. Generally speaking, it is true that a formal education is highly important. However, continuous learning skills are required to successfully adapt to changing business environment and life demands. Tomorrow's leaders must embrace continuous learning as both an organizational and personal value in order to create a culture of growth and competitiveness. So for me, you really need to improve yourself on a daily basis because there's a lot of changes in our environment right now, especially the digital world. So we just need to focus on what you do best, on what we do best, and do it even better. And the last topic is we need to determine ways to live your leadership in all aspects of your life. So, leadership comes in many shapes and sizes. Its qualities and are subtle. To be a leader, you don't have to be the CEO, the boss, or the elected official. Whether in school, work, or in a day to day life, a leader is someone who provides a good example, direction, and guidance. Here are 5 things you can do to be a better leader. The first one is you need to be confident. You need to maintain a good posture. If you're talking to someone, you need to make an eye contact and gesture when you speak to emphasize key points. Keep in mind that there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. If you don't know something, you need to admit it, acknowledge it, and avoid acting like you're superior to everyone. The second one is be firm but be kind. As a leader, you need to enforce clear rules and boundaries. When you enforce a rule, Explain to your team why the rule is important. The third one is treat everyone with respect. Show everyone your sincere compassion as they'll be able to tell if you are genuinely concerned for them. So it's like it's very common. Like if you really wanted to someone to respect you, of course you also need to respect them, right? Then the fourth one is stand by your decisions. When things don't work out as planned, admit it and correct your mistakes. Treat it treat it as a learning opportunities or experience. And lastly, dress in a way that's consistent with your role. Dressing a proper way can inspire confidence. For instance, if you are an office supervisor, wearing a business casual to a meeting is better than wearing ripped jeans, right? So if you vow to make a difference in your life, then you should improve, grow, learn, experience, and level up. Currently, we're experiencing a global crisis that needs leaders like you. The coronavirus is happening now, but it will certainly not be the last challenge we face. We must be prepared and lead. Remain as optimistic as possible. Have a plan ahead of time. Stay calm. So if you can help others, if you can, do it. And stay at home if you're not one of the frontliners. Always remember that a good leader is a good follower. So, for the time being, let's help to flatten the curve and let's keep on praying for everyone's safety. So, for now, let's stay safe, everyone. Let's keep the faith and we'll all get through this together. Goodbye.
That was uh, uh, my separately technical. So we are in the you'd like to join. I mean, please leave a comment and we'll also be asking questions. Okay. Um, Today has been crazy with the live stream.
I know. I mean, like that's okay. It's the first time. It's understandable. Yeah, it's understandable. Don't worry. With everything that's going on, French, it's no big deal.
Oh, thank you.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Hello, Dr. Eric.
Nice.
Your audio is
Hello.
off.
Oh wait, what's up? Oh yeah, here. Oh, hello.
So everyone on the stream, so start dropping your questions if you have any. These are extraordinary women with us today. Okay. Well, my camera's down there. All right. I'm still communicating with the team. Our social media team is looking out for the questions on the live stream. Those who have questions have a higher chance of winning a raffle. Um, okay, I think I can start with the questions I've prepared. Are you ladies ready?
All right. Yeah.
So, my first question is how are because of the situation we have to address the elephant in the room. Um, so how are you managing um, being in this situation, like working from home, um, um, being with your family, and making sure that everyone's healthy? How are you doing? Trying to live your life. How's it been for the past weeks? Uh,
Has it been a week? I've forgotten. Like I don't even know what day it is. I just know day and night.
At least 2 weeks for the quarantine, at least in Luzon. For Cebu, I think it's just starting for you, right?
Yeah. See, how long has it been? Has it been 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks for you guys?
Yeah.
So yeah, we're there, Francia. We don't know days anymore. We just know day and night. That's it.
How about you, Leah? I know you're in Australia right now. What's the situation right now in your area?
Um, I think the situation is still under control, and we have um, basically the government asks everyone to have very strict social distancing. So even for a gathering event, a family gathering event is not going to happen. A few of the plans that we have also got canceled. But I think this is for the better goods of the whole community. At the same time, now that we have more time staying at home, me and my team actually work online a lot, and so we're already used to this kind of working environment. And then we got to do a lot of webinars, and I think this is a great chance for us to have kind of like the regional and international collaborations. Like I'm here with you guys.
You're far
So it's a
away.
lot easier. Yes, it's a lot easier to do things like this online. At the same time, like a lot of training materials that we have in Google, it's being live streamed. And for any of my attendees here in Vietnam, in Singapore, in Australia, or everywhere in the world, they can view the content, they can start to learn something new during this time. And people actually gain more, pay more attention because now that they stay at home, they will love to do something else that's more productive rather than just like staying home. So I think this is quite different than our regular daily life, but I think it's a good chance us to kind of like stay focused and to learn in a different way, to work in a different way. Yeah, it's a good opportunity actually.
All right. Glad you're managing. How about you, Chi? Chi?
Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant. Yeah, well, in 2 weeks, or like now it's the start of, or now March is like 2 weeks of just working at home. I mean, technically, I could enjoy just being at home, but the fact that I can't really go out to see people, and it's an important thing for me to keep myself sane. It's getting difficult, but I compensate by doing a lot of video calls with my friends and with my loved ones. So like and also like if ever there's like a chance to like teach someone, like last week I'm also part of Figma Philippines, so we just had like an impromptu Figma 101 workshop with like a bunch of people, just a bunch of random people, and I was the one that was doing the workshop, and that helped at least deplete my social energy so that at least I'm not restless at home. But yeah, and then other than that, it's like I play my games. That's how I cope with the situation. Just really hoping that things either just calm down and not go back to normal, because our normal before wasn't really that good as well. But I just hope things go for the better soon.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
for the better.
Yeah.
So, Frances,
Yes.
how
Hi,
has it
Frenchie.
been the past few weeks of this coronavirus situation? How are you coping? How are you doing work? How are you living your life?
Uh, living my life, Jude, no? I think all of us can really address that everyone is focusing to be working at home, and not every, well, sadly, not everyone has the privilege to work at home. So I just realized that, especially in the tech field, that if you can, if you can push your employers, your managers to allow you to work from home, you do that. So at first, my company didn't allow work from home because, well, it's a corporate company, so it has to have strict rules and stuff. It has a wide range of process in order to go through steps to proceed with work from home. But I think we finally convinced them, I think with the help of the other companies across the globe, to push work from home. I think the most important thing for us to do now as tech people is to ensure our productivity when we're working from home, because I think that's that's the biggest concern of people right now, especially companies, because everyone is asking to be working from home, but not everyone is working, to be honest, no? So it's also our way of addressing to all the people who are watching, we should not screw this up, because this is a new generation of workforce. If this works, then everyone is capable of providing good quality outputs. Then hopefully we can continue to make this long term, for people who wants to work home based, especially for, we're talking about women in tech. So there are a lot of roles that women play. We have mothers who wants to stay at home but also wants to go to work. We have, of course, dads also who wants to do that the same. So yeah, basically we just want to make use of work from home for the greater good. That makes sense.
Yes, it does. And people should be feel blessed that if they can work at home, right? Because as Francis said, not many people are able to work from home. I think I've heard some people have gotten laid off just because their company, excuse me, just because their company can't sustain a work at home environment. So it's
Yes,
very unfortunate.
that is true. Definitely, franchise, like especially in my business, because we do business incubation and business consulting, and a lot of our clients are not only BPO and IT. We also have clients from different industries. I'm getting a lot of email and a lot of messages asking for help to get new jobs. It's really sad. Like one person said, she's currently working for a manufacturer, and right now she doesn't know if things are ever going to go back to normal or if things are going to recover. But one thing sure, the BPO and IT industry will always be here. It's practically the backbone of the country next to our OFW remittances. So that's why BPO and IT companies, like, we were made by the governor and the mayor to keep submitting business continuity plans. And unfortunately, it has been very inconsistent because they keep changing deadlines. Imagine making sure that 2,000 people are able to be deployed to work from home. The insanity that goes behind that is incomparable. And one of our clients had to make sure that they had to book Shangri-La, they had to book moving pick, so people can work from hotels. On top of that, they had to provide groceries and laundry and everything just to make sure people keep working. Because we cannot drop the ball. And this is definitely not a vacation. This hasn't been fun. But yeah, as you said, Francis said, we have to prove that this is working. Otherwise, we're all screwed. So it's not just the nurses and the doctors that are frontliners, the IT people, the BPO people. We are also frontliners because we're practically keeping the economy
The
alive at the
economic
moment.
frontliners.
Yes, that we are.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So yeah.
Okay, now I want to drop in here, Franche.
Oh
We
yeah.
have a question.
Wait,
Diba?
Dr.
I'm
Iris
looking at
hasn't.
the. I'm looking.
Doc,
Sorry.
Dr. Iris
Yes.
hasn't spoken yet. I want to hear Dr. Iris on her take on this. Like, hello?
Yeah.
I've
Yes, can you
discovered,
hear me?
yes, I've
Hello.
actually discovered Dr. Irish is very introverted. She just
Yeah,
told me today.
I'm quite shy. Actually, I'm a speaker and mentor, but I'm quite introvert. So actually, it's my first time to create a video. So I'm quite shy. Okay, so actually, our company is around 7 months only. Because before, while I'm still studying, I used to work with a corporate. I used to work with a real estate developer here in Cebu, and I just resigned from my previous job. And supposedly we're supposed to have like two clients from Singapore, but unfortunately our projects are postponed because of the virus. So what we're doing right now is like we still have a few clients, and right now we're also working on two mobile applications that we're going to launch anytime within this year. So actually, as I said before with Franchi, my topic's supposed to be future of work, tech powered women in the virtual world, is because I would like to share our audience on how to work from home. But unfortunately, I need to go back to my previous topic. So all I can say is like, thank you for your time, guys.
Thank you as
I'm happy
well.
to be here.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Iris, for taking the time to be here and also submitting your video. It was very stressful for all of us to just put everything
Yes.
together. Um, so, as Francis said, mm, we have a question from our audience directed at Chi. So, yes, we have a question for you. So, someone asked, programming certainly has more opportunity and better income. I'm in awe of programmers. Do designers have the same? Do designers can be the same as programmers? Wait, the grammar is off, but I think
Uh,
um
I
yeah.
think they're asking about job opportunity.
if you're going to do a career shift? Well, to answer the question, designers can, I mean, in a way, can never be the same in program as programmers because those are different fields. But that's not to say that that's bad. I'm just saying that there are different opportunities found in the design industry, also in the programming industry. Like all of my batchmates so far, all of my friends who are in CS, I hear what they how their current situation is in their own companies, in their own their careers, like how they're growing, and that's good for them in the IT industry. Meanwhile, on the other side, like my side or the design industry side, you have designers who are very good at doing visual work, and those are the interaction designers, the ones that are making, I guess, mock-ups and all of the other things that you have to deal with in terms of in, in terms of interacting with interfaces. And then you have, for UX design at least, you have the people who are doing the research, the people who are taking a step back at making like the visual aspect or the interface and are working with users, finding out solutions to the different problems that either like businesses, startups, or other groups may have. And that's easier said than done. It may not be like equally like if you would put side by side the for example, a programmer that's starting out in their career versus like a designer that's starting out in their career. Salary wise, if I guess that I think that's what they're trying to ask or they're trying to find out. Salary wise, wouldn't be the same because I know that a lot of programmers who get like really high salaries at the start, and for designers, it's still not. We're still like getting there. At least in the Philippines, we're trying to make design also like relevant to other companies because they some of them still don't see the value in having an in-house designer. So more companies now are understanding that than last like in the previous years. But we're still not. I mean, we're still not at the same level as like importance, for example, for like programmers. But then, I mean, that depends on the company culture. But anyway, going back, you may not start out as big as a programmer, but then there's so many opportunities found if you start in the design field that it would eventually just you wouldn't really mind anymore because you don't really mean you wouldn't go into design for the money anyway. I think I don't know. Like I'm thinking about that. Like you would or like yeah, you wouldn't go into the UX design industry thinking about money, but then eventually it would grow anyway. But your skill set should also grow. It's like it depends where on what kind of skill set you get as you go along.
Okay,
Hope that
thank
answered
you.
the question.
I would like to add in to what you were saying. I can see I have some friends who work as a graphic designer back in the state. And the job market for graphic designer has been very competitive with low salary base compared to like you said compared to software engineer. Um, but my friend actually got a hands on for her job with Ellen shows. You know Ellen DeGeneres and the Ellen show.
Oh,
Because yes, that one. Because she can do some front end work and she can communicate with other software engineer. So like when you go into Ellen Show's website, she's the major one who designed that and also who work with people on the dev team. So I think moving forward for any designer who want to move into this field and want to have more of this skill set, I think they can, like give themselves a more of the advantage by learning a little bit about, programming, web programming, and sometimes maybe, mobile applications, just some basics. So they know what's going on behind the scene, and they know how to work with, they know how to communicate with developers. And moving forward, maybe a little bit of the marketing skill, some market research skill. All of those things that I just mentioned was called full stack designer. to play kind of like a superhero, kind of like superhero who knows a little bit of everything. Yeah. And I think moving forward, any job that we're doing, regardless of our position, whether you're a software engineer, you're a marketer, or you're a designer, you have to have the understanding, fundamental understanding of different areas that make up products, different departments. That's just the only way moving forward. And I can see that, as part of you want to advance in your career. I think that's the only way, and that should be the way. So, if any tips for a designer, any tips for non-programmer to get the hands-on into this industry, I think, is to learn basic programming. Start maybe from web design, web programming, or mobile application design. So, just my 2 cents.
Thank you so much.
I agree because essentially that's like how I got to where I am now as well. Because I mean, I've been equipped with programming skills, but what I've always wanted to do was design. So yeah, that's like a huge advantage because I realized that not a lot of people really have this skill set. So that's something that they really have to get into.
Yeah. And in addition, can I add to what Leah and she said? What I've noticed when recruitment is that if you're just a designer, nobody would hire you. Because you really have to be full stack. You have to be UX, UI designer. You have to be able to code. Because with Canva, for example, designing has become very democratized and anybody can just access it. So you need to be full stack. You need to be able to manage a team. You need to be able to communicate, especially in the current economy that we have. You need to have as many skill sets as possible. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be an expert at everything. You can be an expert in one or two of those things, but you need to have a basic understanding of the basic skills. Because now the economy is very volatile. It's very unpredictable. It's complex and it's very ambiguous. And this is not the best situation. The current situation is proving just that. So the job market after this is going to change. So if you don't have multiple skill sets, it's going to be very problematic.
Thank you so much for all those insightful answers. Wow. So, moving on, we have other questions. Um, why are you currently in tech? Or why do you do what you do now? And if you were not in tech, what would you be doing right now in your life? So, Miss
Okay. Wait, who's gonna start?
Gucci.
Okay. Wait, so the question is why I'm doing what I do now in tech?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. And then if you're not in tech, I was in what I'm well, okay. Well, I'm here now in tech because I've been exposed, like as a child, I've been exposed to computers since I was very young. The That's why my interest was there, and I like tinkering with things. And I also see like how much stuff you can do online, or rather, I mean not just online, but just with the technology. It's like we never could have imagined that we could do this now, like 5, 10 years ago. This is like technically the future now. Like we're just doing online conferences, like and we're like this counts as a conference because people are just convening and people are talking about lots of different topics, and it's gonna be posted online, and information is just easily accessible. And to me,
me, that's like amazing, and I could want to be part of that kind of industry because I also would like to either contribute like directly to the information that's being put out there, or to be able to help also process that information because putting information up is one thing, like writing articles or like something, but then, for example, building the systems that make sense of the world, we're essentially creating like a whole new world online, and that's like a cool concept to me that, or like a cool idea to me that I'd be able to be part of that, be part of maybe not, maybe the thing that I'd be making would be obsolete in a year, but at least I tried something like that. Then to answer the question of not, if I were in tech, what would I be doing? I guess I'd be drawing stuff now because that was my other dream job, to be able to like create comics and stuff. But even that, like you can do that with technology. So I don't know what I'd be without tech. Yeah, there is my answer.
Anyone else?
Yeah, would you like to go next, or?
Oh yeah, sure, I can. So I was from a non-tech background, and I do teaching and marketing and a little bit of design. But I found out that one thing that I'm scared the most was actually the technical stuff. And I figure like if I want to grow really fast, I have to tackle my fear and actually like just do it and just pick up some technical stuff. And so I came back to Vietnam from the States, and I just learn framing, teach myself, and pick up some framework. I learned React Native to start with, and then I built my first application, demo applications, and etc. And I feel that's very empowering. Um, Actually, before I was starting all of this, there's some people who keep telling me that I should not do this because I'm never gonna be successful. I'm like way behind everyone else, and I'm not even having like a CS3 or anything. So don't even think about it. I'm never gonna be successful. And I was like, no, I know myself well, and I haven't even tried it yet. So I'm the only person who knows I can do it. So it's giving me motivation to tackle my fear. And then when I share my story with some local community in Vietnam, and I realized that many other women also have this fear about social pressure, fear about that certain thing that as a woman we have to fulfill. And so I think if I can build a community and share my story and keep on like sharpening my skill in some of technical and sharing this knowledge with other women, I think I can help more people to like change their life for the better. And so I think it's not just about coding and technical stuff. It's more like helping women, empowering them to do something bigger than what they think they can do. So it's very meaningful and rewarding for me so far. Oh, and second part, if I'm not doing this, I think I'll be a musician or vocalist. Yeah, that'll be it.
All right. I actually stumbled into tech accidentally. I've always been in human resources and recruitment, and then one day back in 2010, a company, an Australian-based company, came to the Philippines and asked me to start hiring ActionScript developers. See, it was that long time ago. It was a long time ago because we don't have ActionScript anymore. The thing about tech is that it's so it never loses it never loses excitement because you have to be abreast of what's new, the new developments, the new programming language, and if you stop developing, you're done for. I love tech because it really forces you to level up. It really forces you to learn stuff. And I'm in love with it because it allows you to change people's lives. It allows you to make everything convenient, which is a big deal for everyone.
it just changes people's lives basically. That's why I love it. And just so happens that I'm in tech at the same time. If I was not in tech, which I cannot imagine not doing, I'm still in business. It just so happens that I chose the toughest things to be in for a woman, business and tech. So in either side, there's always sexism. Everybody's always going to ask you, you're a woman, you're going to fail, you can't do it. Same thing for tech. But if there's anything about being female in business and tech, it's amazing to be able to prove people wrong and to be able to like leave them in the dust. So I can't imagine doing anything else.
Thank you.
How about you, Franche?
Oh, me. Oh.
Yeah, you answered that question also.
Okay, so, um, sorry, Ma. By the way, if you're wondering why I have two screens, the audio is coming from the phone, so that's my workaround for this live stream. So, anyways, back to the question. Really, I've been really interested in STEM in general. I remember when I was a kid, I loved learning about the planets and spaceships, dinosaurs. I love those types of topics. And then my first, and I think I like logic as well because when I was a child, I would always play with puzzles, and then no one can bother me until I've finished answering puzzles, the puzzle I was trying to finish. So my first encounter with tech was as a child. We had an old computer. It was a hand-me-down from a relative, and then I didn't like the way it operated because it felt so slow. So I started tinkering with it. Um, so eventually, that computer died. I think it was because of me with too much tinkering. But I've learned since then about like different things you can do with a computer. So fast forward to high school, I was trying to think if I want to be a what do you call this? An engineer. Like I think I wanted to be a civil or mechanical engineer. So it's a very male dominated industry as well. But I don't know, I just really like those types of things. And then I eventually picked IT because I realized I liked tinkering with the computer more, and I had more understanding with the IT industry in terms of like programming. Um, so that's where I am now. As I took the course, IT course, graduated. I've been about in I've been in the industry for about 3 years now, so it's not very long. Still early career, but I feel like I've done a lot, and I'm still here in this tech industry because I enjoy what I do, and I also want to see um, my own country succeed in this because, as Ms. Connie shared, the quality of our developers here isn't at isn't in par with other countries, and I want to contribute to that change of improving local developers. So that's why I also do things like these community work, organizing WTM and GDG, because I want to see an improvement in tech industry because I see that it's the future and everything will be um, run in code and one way and another, whether you be in design or Mm, wait. One.
Travel. Okay, go out.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Hello. So we're all back. So yeah, that was a Zoom limitation because we're on the um, basic Zoom.
The
So we
free
did.
trials.
Yes, the cost of free trials. Um, so as I was saying, oh, Dr. Irish hasn't come back yet. So, anyways, hopefully she can reconnect. But yeah, as I was saying, sorry guys, I'm retracing because I have ADHD and it takes a while for me to remember the things I'm doing. Um, um, okay, so as I was saying, I want to help local developers improve and increase the quality of the developers here in the country. And because tech will be the future, whether it be in design or machinery or any other industry, one way or another, um, coding can be beneficial to anyone. So yeah, that's my answer. Um, Frances.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. So sorry. I was looking at this. I was looking at the stream to check for questions so that we can for me to prep also. Okay. I think I wouldn't be if the reason why I'm in tech is actually because of practicality reasons. I didn't want to be in tech originally. I have no life plan till now. So sorry, mom. But basically, I have Asian parents, so we are forced to go into a decision that is practical if you are a clueless child. So I was one of those clueless kids, and thankfully, my parents were so forceful that they pushed me into a right track. So I went into tech. And then if I wasn't into tech, I probably would have been a nurse. And that was a very bad decision because I am afraid of blood. So thank you that I didn't push through, but I had already been preparing ever since I was in high school to become a nurse. I took up medical arts or nursing arts. I took up human anatomy for my electives. So it was a very big shock for most of the people that I ended up in IT because I'm the only one in my entire section who took up this course. So it was a very new thing for them. Most of them were going to engineering, law, psychology, and I ended up in IT. So that also. But I ended up staying into IT because I found out that it was. I think even if we don't feel that it is our calling or it's our passion, we ended up believing that this can actually empower us to create something good for the world. As cliche as it sounds, like imagine a single code can actually create something awesome. So I really believe that even though I'm still, very short term in my career, that someday I will be a part of a new innovation, like just a single part that can help change the world for the better. Literal na Miss Universe, but that is exactly my standpoint. Yes, go from Shay. Do you have,
Okay.
I think, a question for cloud staff,
Yes,
Franche?
yes, that's my next question actually.
Yes.
So cloud staff, well, Sir Caesar was asking, um, how do you deal with people that say things like you're not supposed to be in tech field just because you're a woman? Have you encountered something like that?
All the time.
Miss
I
Connie.
technically have met anyone yet that said that to me directly, but I see it online. See it online.
I have five. I have
Miss
five.
Connie, you want to answer this? I feel like you already like when you heard the question, you're like, okay, all the time.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
like it happens all the time. It's like we talked about it, fans, during the podcast, and yeah, it's not only that people directly tell you you shouldn't be in IT, they make you feel that you shouldn't be in IT, and like like how do we deal with that? Just and how all of us deal with it? We ignore it and we just keep working. We never play the victim card or the gender card, and you know what? We just prove our worth with the quality of our work, and that's it.
Yeah, 6 months after I got say to like that, I start teaching people basic programming. 6 months. Well, in front of 60 people in a small workshop. So, and then things just keep moving. Getting more and more people involved in our community, and our program actually got endorsed by the U.S. consulate and funded. And so, and then those people they just suddenly so quiet. So, I think we don't have to say anything, just what we do, we prove that we know ourselves the most and that, there's no limit to what you want to do with your life. And, there's always people who gonna interfere and just have this saying that they just gonna say just because they want to say it, not for anyone good or they're not in your situation so they know what's going on. So just have your own path and just follow it long enough, in long enough, at least for me, is this 6 to 1 year to see if there's any results. Because I know a lot of people just give up within like 1 or 2 months. So I think, just being very consistent with what you're doing and just follow your path. And maybe, you end up, way better than those people who, just keep on saying things.
I think for me it was a different experience. Like this person didn't attack me. He didn't attack like personally, but he did attack the cause. So I am very known for the community stuff that I've been doing. So he didn't understand why we're doing this. Like why are you doing this? Are you doing it for the clout or for the fame or you're getting it for the perks? And I just ignored him because it would be really lead into a fight if I you know fought for him. But he actually said something that immediately like made me turn. Okay, I need to educate this person because I am not I am not doing my job as a community person if I don't answer him. So he told me like, why do you have women tech makers? Why can't you have men tech makers? What is gender equality? You're the one promoting sexism. Like, oh my God, read the statistics. Read why you're doing this. It's so hurtful that we are hopefully he's not listening, but we're actually I don't know why we're still friends, but we're still friends right now. But he told me that, and I was like, okay, I have to say this. I'm not attacking you personally, but you need to educate yourself that this is what happens all across the globe. Like it doesn't happen to us here probably because you haven't experienced that, but it happens. So don't judge us if we want to celebrate and empower women who are experiencing this just because we don't feel it. Like don't discount other people's struggles just because you don't have it. And of course, to the women being discriminated, if you call that word, educate them as much as possible and show them that you're a badass. And that's basically it. Yes, hi friend. I hope you're not watching so that we will we will still be friends.
If he understands your style, then he can still be your friend. But if he can't accept what you're saying and doesn't like even do it, like they don't make an effort to at least listen to you, I don't think he's worth being friends with. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. But I think it's a good sign that we're still talking, so probably he understood. So yeah.
Maybe it's a process. It's a process,
Yeah, we can't change it in a bit.
Yeah, slowly but surely we're trying to make a difference with this and educate people, right? So, yeah, and to
Oh,
summarize,
well, maybe I just wanted to add, it's like, you're not supposed to be. I mean, if you're faced with that question of why you're not, like, you're not supposed to be in the tech field because you're a woman, make them watch those movies about like Hidden Figures. I think was it like how the first programmer was a woman and like how majority
Yeah.
of things.
Wi-Fi was invented by a woman.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
men didn't nothing.
Wi-Fi. Like every time somebody says you shouldn't be in IT, to say Wi-Fi was invented by a woman, and that's that.
And she's very pretty too. And she had
Lamar.
plenty, talented, she can be in
yeah,
movie. So
People forget how much stuff is done by a lot of people and that includes women, that they only think themselves. I mean, rather the men only think of their own gender. They're the ones just like focusing on
Like
themselves.
if you really look at statistics, governments that are run by women are actually more effective. So there, and there was a study, unfortunately, that even women are sexist against their own career. Even women believe that men make better leaders. 50%, a whopping 50% of women believe that men are better at leadership. But you know what? All I want to say is Angela Merkel, and that's that.
wow, amazing. So, to summarize that, the answers to that question, so basically we just have to walk the talk, right? We have to prove to people that we are actually good at what we do. And
Nobody can ever question your work. Just show them the quality of your work and work ethic. You have to work harder than anybody else in the room.
exactly. So,
You just really just don't mind them. I mean,
Yeah.
unless they're like actively trying.
Exactly. Like if anybody watches RuPaul's, I think she has the best advice for it. Like if they don't pay your bills, then don't mind them.
amazing. So, actually, Leah is about to leave the chat. So, we have one more question from our viewers. Um, this will be the final question, and then the stream will be over. Um, so, hi, how can we influence women to break the glass ceiling, especially those who are passionate about being in the IT industry but are afraid of being underrepresented?
That is really tricky, unfortunately, because as I've mentioned in my talk, in order for us to really have legit gender parity, it will take us 99.5 years. And the only way for us to achieve gender equality is for number one, for our government to really impose equality when it comes to pay. There has to be no pay discrimination. A female has to be paid just as much as a male is being paid. It happens. People say no, it doesn't happen. Let me give you an illustration. Back in the day when I was a director, I was paid 35,000 pesos, and I was handling the entire site with 50 people. I was doing recruiting, I was doing payroll, I was doing everything, running the site. You know how much my male counterpart was paid? 150 grand.
Oh my gosh.
So there has to be no discrimination just because a female is not as assertive. Also, like for us to be able to get the gender parity, we have to be assertive when it comes to negotiations. How do you negotiate? Don't negotiate that, oh, I deserve this pay because I went to this school or because I deserve it. You can't do that. When you negotiate, you show them your resume, you show them your qualifications, you show them your accomplishments, and you make, a value proposition. Let's just say, with me and your team, I can do the work of 10 people, so I deserve that pay. We have to be more assertive. So that's how we can get legit gender parity. Because unfortunately now,
when it comes to negotiation, companies are more likely to give men higher offers because men negotiate, women don't. So we have to be assertive and we can't be shy.
And what I was thinking, like we should do more something like this, and we should have more female role models. I'm very fortunate to have my team. There's only 6 of us. Four key trainers, technical trainers, all female. When we have, like front end developer, we have back end developer, UI, UX, and product manager. So is comprehensive as and this is the first time we have a team like that. And whenever we're presenting our technical workshops to the public, that people starting to see, like this woman, they're standing there, they are doing a code demo, and they're talking about this, technical topic, and sometimes it can be very hardcore back-end topic. So I think that's it's a good sign so everyone can look at and say this is an example. And so when we here we've been there and done that, and you guys can do too. So they're more representative of women in very technical position, and then this it's just like a ripple effect. So then more women can feel more confident, say I saw she did that, and she was able to do something like that. Maybe I can give it a try. So the first step is always important. What we do is like we just do a lot of introductory technical workshops. So then a lot of women join into our events, and then they started to build their first website. And I was like, oh my god, this is so empowering. I can do something. I would never thought I can do something like this, something technical. And then from that first step, now I have quite some women who turning into machine learning, turn into data science, turn from marketing into web designer or web developer. So I think we just need to do something like this and more role models, and then slowly I think within a few years we can start increasing the numbers of women representative in the field, and none of those we have to worry about like have to negotiating or being too aggressive on what we're doing, because it's actually becoming the norm. So I think we just like slowly we're gonna get there, but at least like we have to continue on doing this, keep this momentum, and build more workshop like this.
Yeah. I think for me,
our roles are very important.
Sorry.
I was saying that our roles are very important.
Thank you, Leia. I'm sorry for cutting you. Okay, so for me, what I learned from I Remarkable is we really need to start the change, or we need to practice self-promotion. So basically, if you're really passionate about something, regardless of all the boundaries or challenges you're gonna face, eventually if you love something, if you put it in context of relationship, you have to fight for it. So regardless if you feel that you're gonna be underrepresented, you will meet other people who will also feel the same as you are, and you won't be afraid anymore because you're all battling the same challenges to be represented. So if you're really passionate about it, go for it, and then try yourself. Like lead by example. Try the change for yourself, and if you can do it, then you will probably, it's a ripple effect, like everyone said. You will inspire other people. So if you don't find someone who will do it yourself, because if you're passionate about it, definitely you can make it.
Amazing.
So I'd like to add that just think highly of, or don't think so lowly of yourself, because I think women are more generally prone to like putting themselves down or putting ourselves down, as because of whatever we've learned before as children, or like when we're young, because of how society is or how culture is. Um, and just to say, like I've been lucky enough in my life that I've been encouraged to like do so many sports and do so many things. And I wasn't being barred because I'm a woman. And like and that kind of environment is very empowering in a sense because now you don't really have to think about, hey, I'm a woman or oh, I'm a man or whatever. You just do it, and that's important. You just have to start somewhere. You don't have to start like super big. Maybe that's where the pressure is also coming from, like because now you're representing women. Now you're representing all of the people. Or for example, you don't have to think about it in that way. Just maybe like try to do it for yourself at first, for you as someone who is passionate about what you're doing, like what Francis said as well. Just do it. Eventually, you'll get the hang of the community, and then it will grow from there. You'll learn the people skills that you need to like present yourself properly, and also to um and then eventually like more and more people will do the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, I'm on mute. Okay. So, Dr. Irish was actually disconnected. She just got back. Hi, Dr. Irish. Um, I hope you followed. We sent you the current question. Could you answer it? Since we haven't heard
Okay.
much from you.
So it's like an impromptu. Alright, let me read it first. Okay, so how can we influence women? Okay, because like just to share it with you, the reason why I started a startup is because like I used to work as a community manager in startup accelerator based in Singapore, and as I've noticed, there's a lot of women right now who are really into tech, and all, but there's also I mean, based on my experience, there's also some women who really love to be in tech, but the problem is like they don't know how where to start. So that's the reason why I built the company, the startup company. It's because like our goal is to train more women to be tech powered. And for me, like I've also noticed like if we're passionate about what we're doing, just like me, if there's a will, there's always a way. Something like that. Sorry, it's a second one.
Thank you, everyone. Does anyone else want to add to that, or are we all done? Okay, we're good. Wow, it's
Actually, before we close, you take a quick selfie with everyone. The group photo,
group
the online
photo.
group photo, but with the whole house.
How do we do this?
Have a string to just smile.
Okay.
Okay, ready? One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you. So, thank you to all our speakers. Thank you for taking the time today.
Thank you for inviting us. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having us. Thank you for doing this. Keep doing this. We need more of this.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, everyone. Keep safe.
Keep safe.
Bye-bye.
And to our viewers,
Bye.
bye. Thank you to our viewers. Raffle announcements will be posted by our social media team um, later today. So just stay tuned in our page. Thank you. Have a nice day, guys.